Hello there.
How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Welcome, welcome. Jabberwocky, welcome in. Welcome, welcome. Let's get things up and running, shall we? Alright. We have a launch date for 10-2. Yes, we do. We'll talk about that in a minute. Let's get some titles and things set up properly. Slacking this morning. Slacking. Alright, there we go. Did we sell anything yesterday? Let's find out. The plan of action. I mean, we always start with the plan of action. Whether we get there or not is another topic of discussion, but the plan for today is to start looking at what we might want to have, just done and dusted out the way before 10.2 comes now. November 7th. Let's put... November 7th. Okay. Right. Yeah, so I had some thoughts about whether I wanted to do a bit of a stockpiling video, because people love that shit, man. They are all over that like a rash. But I very, very quickly decided against it. Not because I'm lazy, but just because, like so many other things, unfortunately, right now, I don't feel it's good advice, which is a real moral dilemma I wrestle with at the moment, of that I would want to talk about lots of stuff. But I know, let's look at it just from a semi-logical perspective, right? Now that 10.2 is getting a bit closer, what's my last video up to, right? My 10.2 crafting what's new video is up to 7,500 views, which is, more than reasonable. But let's say I was to do a stockpiling video off the back of that got a similar amount of viewership to it. Let's cut that view, let's call it 7,000 views for ease of maths. Let's cut that in half and say 3,500 NA views, 3,500 EU views. If I even mutter the words, maybe go buy some of this, if 3,500 people hear that, let's say 1% of people actually do what's suggested in the video, that's still a huge amount of people going to the auction house, buying whatever it is I say in that video, and just causing chaos, which is not something I kind of want to advocate, if that makes sense. It's a little problematic. It's real problematic. We've already seen that the flip to the flippers is the meta now. People, and now we've had an actual launch date. Now that we know patch 10.2 goes live, it's when patch 10.2 goes live November the 7th, I've already seen, you take one look at the WoW Economy Discord and already there's the posts of what should I buy, like literally 1 hour ago. What should I buy now for easy profit in 10.2? Like people's brain is like boom, right? Instantly they're like, okay, what can I buy that will be worth twice as much in the next patch? And I don't think people have really kind of quite got the grip of what the region-wide auction house means anymore. And more importantly, I suspect that a lot of stuff is already jacked up in value. If we take a look at some of the... I can guarantee most of these are up 20% already. Especially Frost. Boom! Exactly. Called it. Awakened Frost is already up 17%. Meaning that it's not going to go too much. It can't physically go much more than that. It's just not a sensible thing to promote, which is really tough for me as a content creator. I've not figured out, throughout the whole of Dragonflight, I've not figured out how to fix this problem. I could paywall it. I could I could line my own pockets. I could paywall it. I could only share this information with Patreons or with Twitch subs or something along those lines. But that doesn't fix the problem. It just minimizes it, which is equally problematic. I could, if I was really disingenuous, go to the auction house, say, you know what, I want all of this. I want to buy out the entire auction house of Awakened Frost and then make a video telling everybody to go buy Awakened Frost and just flip all of the stuff, buy it for 105, sell it out for 120 after making a cheeky video on it. That would be the real disingenuous, gross thing to do. But fuck me, it's tempting. So yeah, I don't know what to do about it. The reality is I think I've come to the conclusion that if you are only buying shit for the purpose of reselling it when 10.2 goes live again, you're doing it all wrong. You're literally doing it all wrong, because the days where you would double your money doing that are long gone because of the region-wide auction house. Markets don't bounce that far anymore. Something might go up 20%, something might go up 30%, but things are not going to absolutely skyrocket to the moon. Awakened Air, see, somebody's just bought all of the Awakened Air. Look, somebody's clearly done this quite recently. They've just gone, you know what, we're going to have all of the Awakened Air. There's less than 10,000 Awakened Air across the whole EU. People have decided, a couple of people have decided they're going to buy all of it. And it will be, a couple of days before this is back to the same sort of quantity it was. But it's just risky business. It's really, really risky business. I mean, the best possible outcome of this, right? Historical price, 115 gold. Regional sale, historical price, 100 gold. Best case scenario is that whoever has done this absolute madness on Awakened Air is going to double their money. Best case scenario, double your money. There's no... let's say it costs you 5 million gold to do it. The best thing you're going to come out of is with 5 million, but you're risking 5 million in the first. Like, it's madness. It's actually madness. Buy Dracothists, post them, release a video about maybe buying up. Exactly. This is the thing, right? It's problematic. You can already see that a lot of it has already started to happen, though. Why is Draconium ore at quality 3 all of a sudden? You see, look, people have turned up, people have taken all of it, and they're reselling it now. It's already too late. Literally already too late. People are doing their shenanigans on it. They're doing a madness on it. It's already happening. The irony is now it's between today and November the 7th is the best time to go out and farm materials. Without a shadow of a doubt, the best time to go out and farm materials. Having to be able to take advantage of this period where silly things will happen, like prices like temporarily tripling in value. It will happen short term. What is glow spores at? Yep, see, this is well within, people clearly glow spores, the same thing's going to happen with it, right? There's a big stack of 120 there. Somebody's going to come in, they're going to hoover up for less than 2 million, they're going to hoover up all of the glow spores. It'd be funny just for the lols. It really would. It'd be funny for the lols. But I don't know. I'm not so much a fan of this like aggressive market manipulation thing anymore. It's just a bit cheesy. It's just a bit grim. Anyway, this wasn't really the focus of today's stream. Today's stream is about sort of catching up on things we're missing. But I just kind of wanted to get that off my chest. Maybe I'll put that into slightly more constructive form for a YouTube video. Being that, if you are looking to stockpile purely to buy something to just sell it again, don't, because you're just going to be fighting a losing battle. You're going to be fighting against people that have already done it. And everybody plays in the same league nowadays. There isn't 100 different leagues depending on which realm you play anymore. There's one league. There's one league and everybody plays in it. All right, there's two. NA, EU, whatever. But you're competing against everybody else now. And if you're not first at the table, you're last. So it's risky. It's risky. What I want to do though is I got my Skinner dude to level 70 the other day. The first thing I probably want to do is get him some gear. Not anything fancy. We're talking 402 Dream Surge gear. We can probably bang that out almost instantly. I've probably got enough Dream Surge, Dream Surge Coalescence or whatever, to get him geared up pretty much instantly. For no other reason than, just 402 is better than the 280 or something he's running around with now. Secondly, the reason I leveled him up is because he's my skinner, so it makes a lot of sense for me to get his skinning underway. This is something that I don't particularly plan on doing too much of, but with we already know one of the new materials is a new elusive bait skinning thing, so it kind of makes sense to at least have my character ready for that, if nothing else. So that's kind of first on my cards today. I wonder, actually, thinking about it, if this Paladin dude has a bunch of Dream Surge plate gear in his mailbox. I wonder what that icon is. Let's get some coffee. Hang on. Let's get some coffee on the go. Got over 70 tunes creating Jacothists. Yeah, I imagine there's people now. I was in Zan's stream. I was in Zan's full stream last night. Last night for me. It's obviously not last night for him, but his last stream. We were talking about this a little bit, that 10.2 in that regard is a bit of a disappointment, because if they do keep Jacothists as like the thing, it's a bit sad, right? Because that doesn't really leave people much room to grow. There's heavy diminishing returns, realistically, once you start getting to that point. If you've got 70 characters already churning out Jacothists, realistically, you could add 10 more tunes to that arsenal, and it's like, well, that's not really going to make much of a difference to you. Yet it's the time and effort of setting up yet another 10 level set. It's diminishing returns are a thing. Recovered item? What's this? Don't know. Oh, these are just Mog items. These are not actually... Okay, that's all the things out of the way, nice and quickly. Let's exit out of this real quick. Hang on. Right. Okay. Any? Oh, probably not. Okay, I was hoping I had a bunch of spare Dream Surge gear. Do I have any Dream Surge essence on any of these characters? Probably not either. Oh, it's not a currency, is it? Of course it's not. 146. I've got 1,000 Dream Surge coalescence dotted around characters. If I wanted to quickly get a set of plate gear, that should be enough. It's like 100 per, isn't it? Where is most of it? Oh, most of it's on my main character, and that makes it also easier to deal with. Okay, let's do exactly that then. Let's go and let's start at the top. Let's start at the top. Should I make the assumption that this dude just needs a full set of gear? I think we should. Alright. Yeah, I'm going to make the assumption that this dude just needs a full set of gear. He's dinged level 70. He did it via time walking. He doesn't have heirlooms on. This is the first expansion I've not bought all the heirlooms, because I just didn't see the value in it. You can level from like 0 to 70 in an afternoon. Like, spending outrageous amounts of gold on upgrading heirlooms just seems dumb. I mean, if you're looking to waste money for the sake of... yeah, okay, this dude needs a full set of gear. I thought I was joking when I said like 280 gear. Apparently I wasn't. Okay, this needs to be better. This needs to be much better. What's his worst piece of gear? A 226 one-handed mace. A 230... oh, I've still got Cypher equipment on from level 60. Big. 230 deadly Sinveer ring. Okay, yeah, this needs an update. That needs an update. He needs a full set of juice. Let's get a full set of juice on him then. Why am I in my garrison? I know why I'm in my garrison. I know why I was in my garrison. I was changing around some of my buildings in my garrison. I still, believe it or not, there's still a couple of recipes I need from back in Warlords of Draenor for both jewel crafting and leatherworking. Both of which require me to get those silly books from the daily quests or something back in the garrison. I can't really remember. I was just trying to hack it together and hope my brain just remembers what's going on. Also, I have the problem of that I never, ever did garrisons on a Horde character. Like, literally never. Did not have a single Horde character throughout all of Warlords of Draenor. So, like, everything is, for me, at least, it feels like everything's in the wrong place. Alright, let's get you done. I don't know why I upgraded these, but I probably did it for some reason. Gem Boutique. Where's Drizzling Rose when you need her? She could probably tell me how to do this with her eyes closed.
The eternal sun.
Because, yeah, I need... what do I need? I need this thing. No. I need something in here. Design greater stamina talidite. Greater stamina talidite. That looks... no, greater one. Greater haste. Greater stamina talidite. This is the one I need. Which requires 5 secrets of Draenor jewel crafting. How the flippity doodah do I get these then? How are we doing, Pack B? Welcome in. Good morning. Tammy Trader, welcome, welcome.
Salama.
Can I remember? I switched to Horde back in Catan. I'm still getting lost in my Horde garrison. Yeah, my brain just doesn't remember what's going on. Oh, okay, so I need to bang out a bunch of black... I need a bunch of black rock ore, apparently, then. Presumably, for that. We've got going on over here. Tannery, level 2.
I got what you need.
Bunch of work orders, sure. Go on, off you go.
Careful out there.
How do I get the secret? What's where? Hang on, so lost. What do I need from here then? Remarkable burnished essence and impressive burnished essence. I need secrets of Draenor leatherworking. Secrets of Draenor leatherworking. I, for the life of me, cannot remember how we do this. No, wrong channel. This one. Oh, we're in PTR mode. Of course we are. That's what I said. What did I type? Right, brain, tell me how... You need a total of 46 Secrets of Draenor leatherworking or 230 raw beast hide to buy all the recipes. That doesn't tell me how I get the flipping things. It was a daily quest or something, wasn't it? What are you saying? Where's Drizzling Rose when I need her? Can't believe I'm about to look up a garrison guide in 2023. Da 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 da. Why can I not see anything? Need to open your profession window and then go to Draenor tab. You can see it there. Oh, is it actually something I craft? But it's on a daily cooldown with a craft. Now it starts to make a lot of sense. Secrets of Draenor leatherworking. Yeah. That's what it is. I had it in my brain that it was a... I had it in my head that it was a daily quest. It's not a daily quest, is it? It's got flipping nothing to do with a daily quest. What is... Does it teach anything? No. Okay. Alright. So I just need to bang this out a few times. Let's favourite that one then. I need to do the same with Jawn crafting. Draenor. Secrets of Draenor Jawn crafting. Wow, I genuinely can't believe that this was so easy and I haven't done it in years. I need Blackrock ore then. Blackrock ore. Okay. Well, I don't even need to be in my garrison to do this then, do I? Well, that makes life much easier. All of this was for now.
Potential customer.
I could do with some Blackrock ore though to at least get this on the go.
Business.
I don't know if it's going to be worth me doing anything with it, but
Hello there.
Dressy, how we doing? Welcome, welcome.
The
Just go mine it in the mine. Very clever. Very clever. Where the flipping hell's the mine? This looks like a mine. I legit do not know my way around this place. Oh look, free herbs. Free herbs. Oh yeah, you had to plant seeds and everything for these, didn't you? Yeah, I do. It is starting to flood back to me now, just how trivialized the whole system was when everybody had herbs, herbs and all for free in their mine. I do remember now. I remember planting Gorgrond fly traps predominantly, because you could at some point change what things grew here, if I remember right. How can we do in Garrison Collector mode on? Purely because there's like a handful of recipes I still need from the professions here that I've just kind of ignored for a million years. So I'm just kind of doing it again now. Oh, I need the shovel to even plant the seeds. Oh, well, forget that then. Where's the mine? This way, somewhere? This looks like a mine. Yeah, we won't be in the garrison for long, don't worry. This is literally a pit stop. Oh yeah, Miner's Coffee, I remember that one. Many coffee memes were had on that. This is a prime example of a squirrel that's just got me good. I had absolutely no intention to be doing this, but my dude was still chilling in the garrison, so I was like, right, well, I might as well get this done while I'm here. At least we finished the races yesterday, though. Getting the races done, getting that finished was nice. I'm glad we got that finished yesterday. We've got Hallows End turning up tomorrow. There's some subtle changes to that as well this year, which is nice. I mean, I find it incredibly lazy that they don't update these once-a-year events every year, but I mean, I'm also greatly of the opinion that one of the reasons we primarily pay a monthly subscription to this game is so that we get consistent updates. A seasonal event that turns up once a year should be updated once a year, in my opinion. There should be new stuff added, things changed. You know, it should be adjusted year on year. If they don't have the creativity to make Halloween feel slightly different each and every year, then they need to try harder. It's been Halloween in my garrison for 10 years. I don't remember how to change it. Oh, that's quite funny. I can't help you there because I can't remember. But that is quite funny. I only ever need 5 of these. Thinking about it, while I've got leatherworking open, I should also press these buttons. These are the other buttons I need to press on the daily 10 plus years after it's actually considered content. There we go. Crafted Dreadful Gladiator Links of Cruelty. And get my hardened magnificent hide for... Oh! Something that might actually be worth crafting when we get a couple more hardened magnificent hides. Good job there. 75,000 gold profit. Minimum listing price 60k. How does that work then? How does that work? How does that work then? Sure. Well, that'll be something that may or may not be crafted at certain points. Hardened magnificent hide though, there's a limit on how much of this you can get, right? This is a daily cooldown. Oh, you can do the no, you can do... Which one is it? Yeah, the hardened magnificent hide is literally bind on pickup, literally time gated. I remember now. Oh, there's an accelerated one if you use the Spirit of War, which brings it up to... Oh, it still brings it up to only 385 gold per. 385... 385 times 28. I'll still only 10k to craft the thing. I say only. It's still 11k to craft the thing. 50k minimum price on the auction house. Oh, that'll probably end up being crafted then next time we do a full restock. Cool. Okay, what was I actually on this character for? We were trying to get some plate gear for our new paladin, weren't we? Let's head back to Valdrakken. DK's permanently in the garrison for the gear spring cooldowns. These things still sell decently, and I don't play them for anything else other than crafting anyway. Yeah, it's odd that there's probably still a couple of things that you can squeeze some value out if that character's not really doing anything else. Right, where's the... Why is there a question mark there? Why is there a question mark on... Oh, this is the silly... Yeah. Oh, have I only done 3 time walking dungeons this week? Oh no, that's I've done it 3 weeks in a row. Okay. Why have you got a big quest for me?
The aspects have returned. Victory in all your battles.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Aspects watch over you.
Where's the Dream Surge? Dream Surge is in that place. That one. This way-ish, sort of, maybe. Right, we've got 630. That's enough for 6 pieces of gear. That should get my dude feeling a touch better about himself. Where's the vendor fella? What's going on here? It's not you, is it? No, you're hunting trophies.
Hold your dog. Take care which
You're the one. Have I not done a Dream Surge this week? Is it Dream Surge time almost? It is like Dream Surge time in about 4 minutes. Well, that works well, doesn't it? Lone Wolves. Increases damage done, healing done, movement speed. Decreases damage taken.
We will protect the wild.
Sure.
always temper your strength with wisdom.
Not you. Where's the other vendor? You. I need... What do I need then? What do I need? What do I need? Should I... I don't know. Necks and rings are always a pain to get. So let's go 1 of those, 2 of those, 3 of those. So a neck, 2 rings, cloak. And let's get him a weapon. And I bet there isn't a shield, is there? Is there a shield? No, there's no shield. There's no cheeky shield. In that case then, we'll start him off with a plate helm. Where's it gone? Plate helm. Right, I guess we just go do the Dream Surge, I suppose. Thinking about it, I should really do this Dream Surge on the Paladin, shouldn't I? Because then I get a bonus piece of gear on that Paladin. Well, we'll do it on the Paladin in half an hour. Where even is the Dream Surge thing? That's an elemental storm. Where even is it? Am I being dumb? Feel free to answer that with a yes. Is it just Bloodbreak? You get a shield from the Time Rift vendor. Down in Shady Sanctuary. Oh, hang on. It's only 10:58. It's not started yet. It's me getting ahead of myself. Do I need a... surely I do not need a Frost Elemental Storm in this area. What and where is Thunderstorms in the somewhere? Sandstorm in the Anaran Plains we have. Hang on, let's get out of the way. Anaran Plains. Snowstorms in Anaran Plains. Oh my god, I do need a snowstorm in Anaran Plains. Okay. Welcome back to the world of welcome back to the world of Distraction Craft. Yoink.
Leave me to my grief.
Dragon Mog, look. Okay. Right, let's get Dream Surge done real quick. It's amazing just how quickly you get out of the routine, and it only goes to emphasize the fact that this game does such a fantastic job of getting you into a routine in the first place. And you don't realize it when you're in it. But you just do things on autopilot because you've done them every single day of your life for the last however long. But you take a week or so off, or you go, you know, for example, we went off and played Cyberpunk for a little while. I've been dabbling with Factorio a touch in you know, off stream. You go and do other things for a little while, you come back and like it's so you forget how shit works so fast. Even the most simple stuff, because you forget just how much of it you do on autopilot, on like full autopilot. You're not thinking about anything that you're actually doing. It's just happening around you. What's that? Cosmetic shield? Oh, I need a proper shield, not a cosmetic one. Game. Game was listening, clearly. It's as bad as Google listening. Listening, but not quite hearing properly. Right. This is only 50% complete. This used to be done in like 30 seconds flat. Why is this so slow? Dead game. If you weren't here by 2 minutes past the hour, it was like, well, you're fuck out of luck then, aren't you? Come back in half an hour, son. It's all free coalescent essence anyway. We had, how much did we have? 68. If we can get to 100, we can go and buy another piece of gear for our paladin, so it's fine. And if we're going to be doing some skinning on that dude anyway, then the likelihood is if we do it in Anaran Plains, which I think we probably will, we'll accidentally gear up that character just by doing some skinning. Because we'll get enough coalescent essence from killing things. 2 birds, 1 stone. Happy. Like I said, I'm not putting particular effort into gearing. I just need better gear than 286, you know. 290 gear is a little ridiculous. If we can get 400 plus, that becomes acceptable. But since 415s and 424 drops from the new zone, we're not in any rush for gear. I mean, I know I've mentioned on a fair few times that 10.2 feels like a direct copy paste of 10.1. It's just the Zaralek Cavern but green. I wonder how many people are going to put 2 and 2 together when they actually see it. I've noticed that the vast quantity of people that rely on content creators to explore and break down the new content so that they don't have to do any PTR stuff are often very dismissive of criticism of a new zone. Like, massively. And they just don't believe shit. And then they get in there and are like, oh, I see what you mean now. And I worry because the Emerald Dream, like, from a lore perspective, has got quite a lot of weight to it. People have been, like, waiting for this. People have been half anticipating that the Emerald Dream would be an entire expansion. And I really worry that Blizzard are going to under-deliver on people's expectations here, because there's a decade plus of built-up anticipation of what the Emerald Dream could be and what it could mean. And they're giving us a copy-paste Zaralek Cavern, and people are going to be like, what is this shit? Gearing up ults to 424, as 424 is what's going to be required to enter LFR. Well, you'll do that, like, almost accidentally in the new zone. If you get, you know, you're probably going to... Any time you spend now trying to cross that 424 point, you're probably only going to need to spend that time again getting that ult into the new zone. Oh, we got a plate chest piece actually from killing that boss. Well, that was convenient, wasn't it? That goes on our list of happy days. You're going to get 424 so easily in the new zone, trust me. You do a handful of activities. You do the intro quests to the new zone. Blizzard are never going to leave you unable to enter LFR. I wouldn't worry about that too much. And you'll have the first week before the raid opens anyway. LFR doesn't open until the 14th. Do we still need... Yeah, we're at 82 out of 100 for this. I need a touch more coalescence. Let's do a bit of a zip about and grab some up. Keep your eyes open for green balls. Have you found the shipping crate NPC on the PTR again? I haven't, but I haven't particularly looked all that far. But, that said, I was speaking to Mr. GM, and he said they've just moved it. He said it's in another encampment somewhere, so maybe it rotates around the zone week on week. Maybe that's how it's designed to be. We just need to fly around and find it a little bit. So there is still hope for something. It's still about, apparently. Anara's a bit poor for green balls. Down past the Shady Sanctuary sometimes. Stunned as I pop coolies, great. I know I'm also getting some gear for my paladin, which is going to feel a little bit pointless in a minute, because you've also got to remember that world content scales to your item level, so it really doesn't actually matter. Item level only matters in instanced content, endgame content, but something's better than nothing. This is also a thing that's for the... It's odd, right, that the item level grind, the gear grind, is more grindy for the casual player. But there's also the facade that it doesn't matter for the casual player either. It's a complete, what's the word, placebo effect. Because your gearing matters so little. Oh, a dreambound weapon as well. So you can have 2 weapons to choose from. Are we 100? Oh, we got 100 point. We got 100. Good. Pre-coffee this morning, I put a bit of a tweet out, which I think is, in hindsight, probably a touch harsh, but I think it gets the point out. I put a little tweet out this morning, like quizzing, why do we still, in this day and age, timegate LFR? It doesn't make any sense. They release all versions of the raid at the same time, and yet they still timegate LFR. It's like, what are you doing? It's like it doesn't make any sense. This is the thing. It just doesn't make. What is the actual logical sense other than the very cynical of that they just want to extend people's subscriptions? Show balls to sweet before coffee. It felt a little bit like that. That's interesting. Actually, 17 minutes ago, Mr. GM, Speak of the Devil, has said the exact same thing. Most LFR bosses, if not all of them, should be available at the same time as other difficulties. Like. Muchos like. It makes no sense nowadays that they time gate LFR. I mean, I don't think it made any sense in the first place. I'm entirely an advocate for them completely canning any gear from LFR, but making it, you know, available for you to complete on day one, like all of the other raids. If you want gear from the raid, go do the proper raid with real people. If you don't particularly want gear from the raid, you just want to finish off your story and your campaign, then you should be able to just stroll through LFR at your own pace. There should be no time restrictions on that. That's just unnecessary. Why am I here on this dude? What do I actually need, potentially? The irony is, I don't think there's anything I can pick up on this dude now. Is there even something that I wouldn't use, but I can get the appearance for? You know, hunter weapon styly. There's this thing. An offhand. I can technically claim the appearance from that. Spellblade. Okay, so I can grab... Okay, there's still things I can buy. At least it will mean that I won't have to acquire these somewhere else. All the things is happy, if nothing else. And then we sell it for 150 gold. Or we don't, because the game craps out on us when we try. Oh no, I don't want a refund. Give it me back. Oh, I'm now going to have to wait 2 hours to refund it. Lord. Can I refund it without getting a full discount? No, apparently not. Equip it. Oh, equipping it will make it then non-refundable. Yeah. Oh my god, I nearly sold my...
Earth Mother, watch over
I nearly sold my actual weapon then. That would have been tragic, wouldn't it?
May the winds guide you.
Now we can sell it. There we go. 150 gold richer in the bag.
Farewell.
1 day of content versus 8 weeks. It's 2 months of extra sub income. Well, I'm as cynical as the next person. I know why they do it, but I just think we should push back against it because there's no actual reason for it. There's not even smoke and mirrors on this one. It's not even justifiable. Like what? There's no reason. There's absolutely none. It's entirely done for that one sole reason of slowing down casual players to squeeze out extra months of sub from them. I don't see what the justification is. It's just gross. Moothius. 1, 2. Oh, yeah. On. Yeah. Oh god, am I gonna have to press this every time? Okay, there we go. Yes. Are you a kid? What is the point of making this bind on account if they then make it so goddamn difficult to send it to your alts? Okay, whew, relax. I need some coffee in me. I so badly need this coffee. Okay, right. Let's see how that does. Actually, thinking about it, we do have 146 still on us. That's enough for another piece of gear. Look. Where's the vendor?
Always respect the wilds.
Should we just start at the top and work our way down? Helm, plate.
You dare to steal from my
Is it even worth going for like?
coming for you,
I don't know.
little worms. You will perish in flames.
Plate shoulders. Yoink. Go for stuff that even if is it worth taking it to the creation catalyst for a little bit of extra juice? I don't know. It's probably not, is it? Who's yoinked me mailbox? Hello? You. Send Muthius. You. Yes, press the button. Go. Right. Let's see how that does him then. He's still going to be short 2 trinkets. But, we'll see. All the things has been blocked. No. Ignore. Trinkets from the rifts. Oh, that might be a shout. Right, let's see what we end up with here. Trinkets from the rift. Shield from the rift, maybe. Let's see what we end up with. This is just my Skinner, dude. This is still not, you know, we don't need to go too crazy with this. Plate helm. On you go. Cloak. Plate chest piece, apparently. Take it. A ring. A second ring. Oh, you cock. Did it make the same one twice? What a bag of dicks. That's annoying. It made the same ring twice. Hashtag refund? Boo hiss. Okay. Neck. And shoulders. We had helm, chest, and shoulders already from somewhere. Alright, I'll take it. Okay. Well, we're going to go around, kill a few things anyway. Weapon. Nice me on the weapon then, Blizzard. Oh! Shield comes from the weapon boxes. Yoink. Well, now really nice me. Nice me with a nice one-hander. Hang on. Let me just check what loot specialization is. Prop, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, it gave me the shield twice! Blizzards! Damn you. Done me dirty on the ring and the weapons. Okay. Okay, well that didn't fix our problem entirely, but made things at least a touch better. We still need to pad out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We still need to pad out a bunch of stuff, but that should be enough to get us up and running. Right, okay.
Champion, may I have a word with you?
You may have a word.
Sentinels
Where's the
stand
skip?
ready. On your
Give me
mark.
skip option.
Goddess watch over you. Consider it
Where's the
done.
skip option?
I will meet you in Loomdane. Come swiftly and silently.
Don't know. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, people of all ages, I need a skinning farm. I need to get my skinning better than what it currently is. Do I not have any profession accessories, tools, nothing on this dude? Oh, what a scumbag. What an absolute scumbag. Have I spent any points ever anywhere? Negative. I have gained 17 knowledge points on this dude. Oh dear. Oh dear, what a filthy casual. What an absolutely filthy casual.
Take all the time you need.
Gimme some green equipment at the very least. Because we're not going out there with nothing. That's actually madness. 346 durable pack. Draconium skinning knife. And Skinner's cap.
I will see you again.
Need a slacker coffee bean sound. That's pretty true, actually. Although I have the suspicion it could end up being deafening. Deafeningly frequent. Right, there we go. At least we've got some tools on us now. We do have the elusive creature bait. Thinking about it, what do you actually need? You don't need anything. Like, you need practically nothing on a Skinner to get up and running with this. Huh. No primal razor stones, no vial of finesse, no enchants. Shocking, right? Absolutely shocking. I'm poor though nowadays. I can't afford it. I've only got 2,000 gold. Look, I can't afford it. It's not possible. Is skinning? I can't believe I don't know this, but is skinning similar as? No, skinning is still locked to like X amount of knowledge per week. It's not like herbalism and mining where you can just grind it. Slow, but you can theoretically grind it. Okay. Alright, well let's just go do some skinning, I suppose.
Welcome to the Dragon Isles.
I'm going to put, where has it gone? Worth it to the test. Surprise, surprise, the Dragonflight ones are not even on the list. An Iron Plains, dense hide. Where is this then? What? Why did the to-do not work? Planned farms? Am I being an absolute dum-dum? What's going on here? How do you do the farm? Does it... Do you have... does Worth It actually require... Does Worth It actually require you to have, like, roots and stuff installed as well? I'm assuming it probably does, right? Alright, let's just go to an hour and planes either way. 5k an hour is not worth it in no way. You can get 5k from one world quest with the Magpie up. Let me clarify, I'm not particularly doing this for the gold. I am very aware that this is predominantly not overly worth it for the gold. This dude has got a real mishmash of like lack of add-ons actually. Yeah, that'll do. If you just want to skin a lot with a quick respawn, go to the bend in the big river in the Anaran Plains. That's a good shout. So we're talking this area, right? Hang on, why is who's following me? Why have I got a pigeon following me? Who are you? Who are you? Alright. Let's mosey on. Oh, that's for the loan rep? Oh, I see. Right, so...
Could you fly through and clear them out?
So, we can get 6 more knowledge points apparently this week. Let's just go do a bunch of skinning for a while, see how this feels. What do you think about material prices? They're going to go up or down in 10.2? Well, what's happened historically in past patches has started to be such that the prices tend to go up and down like a yo-yo in the weeks before a patch, and then tank very quickly after a patch, unless it's a very specific material. If you are stockpiling for the purpose of having materials so that you have plenty of materials for your given profession is a smart move. Stockpiling just to then try and resell them for profit when the patch launches, terrible move. Not something I'd recommend. Down to the Mariner Trench. Is that a specific location? This looks a lot of stuff. Oh, you're talking about material prices. Oh, I see. I see where you're going with that. Yeah, right at the beginning of the stream today, I went on a little bit of a mini TED talk about what I think about materials now that we have a release date. And my take on it is pretty simple. My take on it is that if you are buying materials so that you have plenty of materials to be able to play with your professions without needing to buy many materials, then you do you. But if you are purely buying materials in the hope that they're going to go up in value, I wouldn't recommend. I would not recommend, because you're already being manipulated. The prices of all, like, things that are of actual value to do that on, people have already done it. You're first to market or you're last nowadays. This is the problem. Because there's only 2 auction houses for materials. There's Team EU and there's Team NA. All it takes is a handful of people to have been ahead of you, and well, the opportunity's gone. It's a lot more time sensitive nowadays than it ever was. There used to be some flexibility because you could. There used to be some flexibility because you'd have multiple different realms. That's unfortunately just not the way the game works anymore. There's 2 realms, and if somebody's already done it, then you miss the boat. It's a harsh reality, but it's the way the game's been designed now. The next 2-3 weeks is probably going to be really, really good for farming, though. Since you'll find that it's in these next 2 weeks that certain materials will go up in value. Meaning if you're out there farming them, all of a sudden it might kind of become worthwhile you doing it again. That's not why I'm doing it now particularly, but it's a thing. It will, if you're happy to farm for your materials to make a bit of gold, now's not a terrible time to do it. Yeah, November 7th is the launch of 10.2, with the new season starting on the 14th. Several investments from before 10.1. One of them went so poorly that the margins of 80% of the rest. I wouldn't recommend speculating at this point. Yeah, there's no nice way. There's no nice way of putting this, but the reality is now, when there's only 2 auction houses, is that if you're waiting on the advice of somebody else, you're too slow. Somebody's already done it. Like, most of the opportunity will already be gone. And when it comes to flipping nowadays, if you are purely looking to buy things to flip, the margins are not what they used to be. You used to be looking to double your money. You know, if I spend 20 gold per piece of ore, I should hopefully get 40 gold sort of thing for it. That just doesn't happen anymore. Everything is so much more squished than what it used to be. There's also the risk that if 10.2 does end up being the last major content patch, like we suspect it is that prices will fall even faster in 10.2 than they have in 10.1 or 10.0. Because people will be done. You know, if people know it's the last expansion, everything tanks into the ground. There could be so little for people to do to try and make gold in the next few months if they don't add anything substantially new, because everything tanks into the floor towards the end of an expansion. If you go back to Shadowlands, for example, Shadowlands at least had the semi-luxury of that mission tables kept people busy. You could, level alts, and, the end of the expansion's not a terrible time to level alts because you're getting access to more characters to go into the next expansion and whatever. And at the same time, once you'd level that character, you could set your table up on them, and, there was still some steady income to be had there. Dragonflight, there's going to be nothing for people to do. If you're looking to try and if you're trying to play the game in a way that you can make enough gold to pay for your subscription in the final few months, just let your subscription lapse and come back in 11.0. It's not worth the effort. There'll be so little opportunity. It'll feel like the end of BFA again. I very much think it'll feel like the end of BFA again. Maybe not quite as bad as what it was at the end of BFA. And for reference, the reason it felt bad at the end of BFA was because everybody was desperately trying to get the Longboy. Everybody was doing everything they possibly could to save 5 million gold to get the Longboy. Meaning everybody wanted gold and nobody wanted to buy anything. Nobody was buying anything because anything you spent was, going in the wrong direction to that 5 million gold. So the end of BFA was horrendous for gold making. Unless, of course, you got in on the whole BOE flipping, but that was a handful of people. I mean, if you got what was it, like a tier 3, tier 3 Twilight Devastation BOE drop, you were probably good, but outside of that, you had no chance. I just do world quests on my 70s and then call to arms when it pops up for golden runes. Well, even the runes will tank in value very, very quickly because, well, 2 reasons. One, once people have done the content, they've done the content. It'll be the end of the expansion. Nobody will care. 2, there's the permanent augment rune. So even those things are going to tank in value quite heavily. And raw gold farming via world quests is painful at the best of times. Are the new BOEs in the new raid? No idea. No idea. I've not done any of the new raid testing. So these curious hide scraps, is this a thing that can drop indefinitely? I think it is, isn't it? Oh, no, that's just one of my 5 I can get a week, one of my 6 I can get a week. Isn't there a random one that can drop an unlimited amount of times for you? Not that I'm going to spend that much time skinning, but curiosity reasons. I pay so little attention to gathering, it means I look like a right idiot when it comes to doing this stuff at the end of the expansion. Not sure if the Forbidden Reach item drops more than once a week, but it's pretty rare to farm. Okay. I don't expect to get very far anyway. This is just something that I might, I might even just leave the character logged out at a spot and just farm it for an hour each week just to keep it ticking over. But we'll see. Is your brother a Rosium? No. No. No, my brother... I do have a brother, but my brother predominantly plays League of Legends, and he's not a content creator. I think the only similarities we really have is that we're both English, so...
See what you can gather.
I think the gathering knowledge trees are pretty useless. There's only a few things that are worth it there. I liked the idea of the gathering trees, but I was thinking about this the other day, is that it turned gathering predominantly into a crafting profession. And it wasn't replaced with anything, which I think has been one of the biggest problems in Dragonflight, that I talk about the low-hanging fruit quite often. Blizzard have removed a lot of the low-hanging fruit from gold making. No callings, admittedly, they've made the world quests a little bit more lucrative, but only closer towards the end of the expansion, and only when you sort of synergize it with buffs and stuff. The low-hanging fruit of goal making, your mission tables, your callings, your just basic gathering, has not really been too lucrative for most people, because they've added gathering profession trees, meaning even gathering is something that you are meant to be working towards and dedicating a character to with profession slots, and you know, steadily increasing your expertise at. They added more skill gap to gathering, which in and of itself is not bad, but they didn't replace it with anything else, right? So they leveled up the skill gap for gathering, limiting how effective you could be at any point, putting some progression on it by farming the knowledge points, but they didn't replace it with any other simplistic, basic way. It just left a big gaping hole. And gathering was less impactful this expansion, and always was going to be less impactful this expansion for two reasons. Gathering was going to be less impactful, one, because of the region-wide auction house, meaning there would never be a shortage of materials. Gathering was, you know, lucrative in past expansions to casually go and do for a couple of hours on an alt sort of thing. You know, you finish the raid, you know, you got a couple of hours to kill, you'll go do some gathering. That sort of stuff was feasible because each and every realm had its own small supply of materials, and that from time to time they would run out, and from time to time, you know, the value of them wouldn't tank quite as hard or quite as frequently, and there was room to move there. On top of that, in expansions like Shadowlands, for example, we had huge, great big material sinks. We had items, crafted items, that were absorbing an ungodly amount of materials at an incredible rate. With great demand needs great supply to fulfill that demand. And Shadowlands Legendaries provided one of the biggest demand on materials we've ever seen. Meaning that throughout the expansion, gathering kind of held its worth quite well. So you add the region-wide auction house, meaning that there is ultimately never a shortage of materials, and it makes it very hard for the value of the materials to ever, like, bounce back up occasionally because of that. On top of the fact that there was nowhere near as much of a need for materials as there was previously, has kind of made gathering, not because of its own inherent faults, a bit of a flop this expansion. If they just copy-pasted the gathering profession trees and did exactly the same in the next expansion, but provided a better material sink for people, gathering would hold value way longer than it did in Dragonflight. you got to remember that the entire economy and the success or failure of something from a profitability standpoint is weighted on multiple factors. If you just look at gathering and you go, well, gathering doesn't make any money, so gathering shit. Well, gathering not making money isn't the reason why people, like, you know, that's not truly the full story. So it's you know, it's a tough one. And this is where Blizzard used to be pretty good. They you know, through many years of experience, they kind of got this right. They kind of knew that how many materials could somebody gather in X amount of time versus how many materials would they feasibly need for their professions. And they did kind of balance and manage this a little bit. With so many dramatic changes in Dragonflight, region-wide auction house for commodities, and all of this quality thing, and all of the specialization. They changed so much in one go that it shook the system, and they just clearly haven't been able to keep anywhere near as much of a handle on it this time around as they have previously. Somebody's just done a number on dense hide. Really? That's literally ass. I'm out here farming it. Well, well, well. Quality as well has had an impact on gathering as well. That I like the aspect of quality in the game, but the rest of the game needs to be built around it to facilitate it properly. It so very quickly became that, like, you know, rank 1 and 2 materials nobody cares about. You know, it's the quality 3 materials where it's at. It's such a careful balancing act that they just haven't got right. Because I don't think commodities, or should I say consumables, I don't think consumables have worked as well as they could have this expansion either. Like people's people have been very well taught that you should use consumables, right? So like potions, flasks, enchants, gems, food buffs, all of this sort of stuff. People have been very well conditioned in the game that this is what you should be doing. You should be using these items. But what was often the case was that there was a are you using them or are you not using them situation. It was black and white. If you're not using consumables and you're in an organized raid situation, your raid leader or guild leader or whatever the case may be is quite quickly going to pull you up on it. So, you know, it put the emphasis on, okay, you need to use consumables. And these are the consumables you need to use. It was relatively simplistic and it was quite black and white. Dragonflight with the quality system has meant that people can get away with using quality, you know, people can use quality 2 consumables if they need to, which have often been fraction of the value, borderline free in comparison. And it's you know, it hasn't meant that more people have been pushed. Some people obviously still live in a world where anything but the best is dog shit, and they'll still pay out the nose for tier 3 consumables. But not as many people, because there's clearly less people, because more people have been able to get away with using lower quality stuff. Quite rightly, because it's their prerogative, sure, but it's not meant that as many people have had the need to spend as much gold on consumables, I don't think, this expansion either, which has reduced the demand for them, which reduces the demand for the materials. It all flows downhill. So there's lots of factors at play to why things end up doing what they're doing. I miss archaeology. You can still do it in the old expansions. I bet you can't skin mallards, can you? Is there any duck skin available? I've not tried skinning these. Problem I'm having is that TSM for crafting only wants the level 2 items from the auction house, while I have level 3s in my bags for my own skinning. There is a vast amount of complications with using TSM this expansion. I have not for 1 minute recommended people use TSM for crafting this expansion. Because I just don't think it's the best way of doing it. You know, if the advantage of TSM always was that you would figure out what it was you wanted to do, and you could use TSM as an add-on to take away a lot of the brain work needed in repeatedly doing that. So, you know, you could, if you decide you want 100 potions to craft and sell, you could then tell TSM, right, I always want 100 potions to craft and sell. And it was very good at that. It was very good at managing that, and it meant that you could then forget about that thing you'd already done and move on and do something else. And so over time, you could like build up, and you'd eventually have a process in place where you could press a few buttons. TSM would run through all of your professions, tell you exactly what it was you were missing and what it was you might need to recraft, give you a list of materials that you needed to go and buy, and it worked very smooth. It was almost flawless. This expansion, with all of the new profession changes, it has been very, very difficult for them to keep up. Now, to be fair to them, I think TSM is in a much, much, much better state than it was when the expansion launched. They have made some changes to increase the logic that TSM uses. So, for example, it will, I'm sure somebody will correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I believe it remembers the last way you crafted something manually. So if you want TSM to craft something in a specific way using a specific combination of materials, you craft it and it will remember that that's the way that it should be done, or something to that degree. I've honestly not actually looked into it in all that much detail, but it's much smarter than what it was when the expansion launched. But it's still not going to be anywhere near the same powerhouse that it once was when everything was just much easier. It's far more simple. It's far easier to apply process to a simple problem. Crafting is not a simple process anymore, and that's by design. They want you to have to stop and think and figure out, right, okay, well, if you know, if I use these materials, then what's my chance of getting this quality outcome, sort of thing. I much prefer the crafting system. I can't lie. I much, much, much prefer the crafting system. I'm a big fan of what they've done with the crafting. Resourcefulness and multi-craft being baked in from the ground up, really good. Inspiration needs to calm down a bit. Inspiration absolutely needs to calm down. As it's way too overpowered. And inspiration, unfortunately for me, squished a lot of the cleverness that came about with the crafting profession. Artisan's metal was meant to be way more important than it ended up being. It was meant to be the limiting factor for you on how much top-end gear you could craft, meaning you would be far more choosy about who you would craft for and who you wouldn't craft for. Whereas now, there's no reason for you to never not craft something for anybody, even if they're paying you 10 gold to do it. You might as well do it because there's no reason for you to not do it. Artisan's metal was meant by design to limit the amount of top-end bits of crafted gear any individual could make. Meaning that if you knew you could only craft 4 pieces of top-end gear a week, because of your limitation on the amount of artisan's metal, you then would be more choosy with who you did that work for. If somebody comes along and says they're going to, you know, give you 500 gold for doing it, you're probably going to say no. But if somebody comes along and says they'll give you 20k for doing it, then you'll be like, okay, I'll use some of my weekly artisan's metal to facilitate this. That's kind of how it was designed. Inspiration, unfortunately, was just too powerful. Most people could just recraft and recraft and recraft at not much actual cost, and that was the more efficient way. And so, yeah, ultimately it didn't kind of work as intended. The problem is that there's no sinks for Artisan's Metal. It's not a sink issue, it's a demand issue. There's no demand for people to use Artisan's Metal, that's the problem. If, to guarantee top quality, you had to use Illustrious Insight, which was how the system was designed, if you had to be using your Illustrious Insight, that meant that anybody that wanted a rank 5 piece of gear crafted was going to be using a very finite resource of yours to do it. Meaning you are not going to give that shit away for free. This was the whole premise behind the crafting order system. The orders, in theory, this was very drawing board-esque design level, that there would be multiple outstanding orders for bits of gear, and the cheapest ones just wouldn't get made because there'd only be so many crafters who would be willing to craft that piece of gear for them, because it would take out, you know, a vast amount of their Artisan's Metal for the week. Recrafting and Inspiration was what undid all of that logic. Stacking Inspiration meant that you could just recraft a piece of gear a bunch of times instead, as it was more economical to recraft a few times than it was to use Illustrious Insight to guarantee something first time. And so the system unraveled very quickly. And that was because of Inspiration being too powerful. Inspiration should have never been... Inspiration should have been like a 1 in 50 chance sort of thing. It should have far more passively come to you. For each knowledge point should have given you like a tiny amount of inspiration. So your inspiration would have very slowly increased as you leveled up your knowledge points. On top of that, it should have been that inspiration was never any more than like 5 or 10% chance to be inspired. This 45% inspiration chance, it means 50% of the shit you make just, oh, I was inspired again. And when you are inspired, all of a sudden your skill isn't slightly better. Your skill is like almost doubled. So it meant guaranteeing top quality stuff was like, you were wrong for using Artisan's Metal. That's the problem. It was the wrong choice to use Artisan's Metal in that situation, because you could get your inspiration high enough that like 2 or 3 recrafts would have you done. That was the issue, and it was never changed. It was never changed, and the people who figured this out quickly enough in the first couple of weeks were able to use inspiration to their advantage to like just print money. I wish I'd done more of it, to be honest, because it was actually ridiculous. The first patch of this expansion, making top quality consumables, was just printing money. It was just disgusting. My guildies always seem to be in a metal shortage, though. When I say I have many thousands of metal, they're confused to how. Well, yeah, this was the thing. Metal was never really meant to be that much of a problem for like raiders, right? For the buyer, they made it so that buyers would have to have some Artisan's Metal, but that was for those outlier cases where somebody wanted something recrafted. Recrafting wasn't meant or wasn't designed to be the predominant way of getting a higher quality piece of gear. Recrafting was that if you wanted to swap haste to mastery, then there's a system that allows you to do it. It wasn't, I'll recraft this item until it procs quality 5. That was never the design. They just kind of balanced the numbers wrong. It's a shame because they got the rest of it so spot on. I was really impressed with how well they balanced everything else. Multi-craft has always felt really good. Resourcefulness feels, valuable enough to invest into it, but not so overpowered. You weren't like getting stupid amounts of freebie materials all the time. Resourcefulness was really good. Multi-craft was quite well balanced. And it added that, you know, that bit of maths, that little sort of, you know, little bit of bit of processing thought. So if you put this much in, and if you do it at scale, how much do you get out, and the numbers will start to balance out and average out the more you do it. That aspect of it was really good. Really, really good. Inspiration was just OP as all hell, and it broke everything else that it touched. Inspiration shouldn't have been here in the first place. In other games that have done something like this, they call inspiration luck. And that's because that's really what it should have been. If you were lucky, you should have, you know, made something at a slightly higher quality. Just by virtue of you doing something so many times, occasionally you get that perfect craft. That was kind of the design principle. Other games often call it luck. Now, nobody in their right mind should be lucky 50% of the time. That's no longer luck, is it? That's like, that's not being lucky. That's just being skilled. That's the problem. It was just it was busted. But the problem is by the time the game went live, it was too late to really fix that because it was so deeply embedded in the knowledge trees. If they were going to hotfix it and they were going to change it, they'd have needed to have done it in the first patch, and because they didn't, it was just too late. It was, you know, it just was what it was by that point. But otherwise, the new crafting system is fantastic. I'm a big fan. I would most definitely make more stuff. I would most definitely be making more stuff bind on equip than bind on pickup. That is an absolute must in my mind. Having so much of it be bind on pickup does put a bit of a bad taste in my mouth around it. But otherwise, I think they did a really good job with the crafting system, and I so hope that they plan on taking it forward. It will be really disappointing if they don't. Honestly, you know, with the direction that they're taking other aspects of the game, I'm so very close to the point where if they revert crafting back to how it used to be, that might be me done for the game. I don't think I could go back to a crafting system that's as rudimentary as what we previously had. Because I don't think it would interest me anywhere near as much. And without a crafting system that I at least care somewhat for, I'm probably going to find it very difficult to have much passion for the game. EverQuest has the luck system, and you feel really lucky if it procs once in a while. It works as resourcefulness there. Yeah, see, this is it, right? It was meant to be that just something that happens, if you craft something 20 times, maybe once, you get lucky, and it's just a slightly better version of that craft. You in theory would want to balance that from a game development point of view as well. Otherwise, you would just, you know, you can't have 50% of all items being made slightly better than others. That means then actually you go out planning to make that better item. It diminishes a lot of the other system. Dragonflight crafting is why I have my sub at the moment for sure. Yeah. It was a really, really good addition to the game, and I really wish they'd have put more effort into it throughout the expansion. Now I know we still technically have a few weeks of PTR stuff, and there could be something in 10.2, but I'm definitely not hopeful for anything. I'm at the point where I'm like, well, if anything comes out of 10.2 that's positive at this point, it's a bonus. I was convinced Dracothist was a placeholder when we first got the PTR, yet we are now 5-6 weeks from that first initial PTR build, and I'm like, okay, I can't see them changing it at this point. The only possibility, right, there is a possibility out there that they are deliberately not making any changes to it until very late in the day, just purely because they've seen what happens in past patches. They don't want people aggressively planning weeks and weeks and weeks in advance on how to capitalize and how to break the new system. Dracothis was a prime example of this. The initial Artisans Consortium reputation, for example, is another one where people had so much time to play with it before it went live. People had broken it and figured out how to game it before it had even gone live. Some people took full advantage of it, whilst others were left feeling as if they'd just been hard done by the fact that some people had abused the system, right? The solution to that is just don't show anybody what's going on until it actually happens, and so everybody starts afresh. That's the only possible saving grace, I think, at this point. That they'll introduce something new materials. Or I don't know. I don't know what they'd do. They'd have had to have kept it very well hidden, which isn't always Blizzard's strong point. So who knows? There's metamorphic new nodes in the new area. Glow spores are here to stay. Well, there is a new node type. There's a new node type in the new zone. I think it's called overflowing. So there is still there's still room for them to add something new in there. But like I said, they'd have to be doing it deliberately, such as that they would be trying to keep it under wraps for as long as possible, so people don't figure out on the PTR how to game it before it even comes out. Because it only the problem is now, more so with the region-wide auction house, is that the effect is multiplied. If one person figures out how to game it, they can game it for the entire region. And it's just an advantage that is exponentially greater than what it ever was. Even back one expansion, if you figured out how to game a system by playing on the PTR, you would probably only be able to game the system on the realm that you play on. Everybody else would be safe from shenanigans. Not so much anymore. This is one of the downsides that comes with a region-wide auction house. If one person figures out how to break it, it's broken for everybody. Like the enchanting exploit in 10.0. Yeah, that's a really good example of that, actually. The exploit to enchanting, which I'm always cautious talking about this sort of stuff because I don't know how much of it is actually public information. And there's always an inherent risk talking about this sort of stuff because these exploits tend to reappear. So, for example, in 10.0, it was possible for you to guarantee yourself max quality rank 3 enchants without using Artisan's Metal. And the people who figured out how that was possible were making absolute bank off. This was also, let's not forget, at a period of time when quality 3 weapon enchants were like 80k plus. And they were expensive, and they were priced according to the fact that most people were most of the time making quality 2, and they were proccing into quality 3. So the crafting cost was that of quality 2, and your profit came from those occasional procs into quality 3. But some people figured out how to guarantee quality 3 with only the cost in materials of quality 2. And so people were making somewhere in the region of about 30 to 40,000 gold on every top quality enchant they were crafting. And they were making tens of millions of gold a day. Madness level exploit. And that is because the enchants were sold region-wide. They were able to buy the materials at a region-wide scale, meaning they had almost unlimited materials to do this with. On top of that, they were then selling the enchants region-wide as well, meaning they had the entirety of the EU, the entirety of the NA as their player base to sell to. You know, exploits are 10 times more dramatic when it's on a region-wide scale. Which means Blizzard have to be even more careful about making sure they don't exist. Even 10.1, the gamification of the Niffen reputation. People were like renowned 20 with the Niffen way sooner than they should have been. Literally within like a handful of days. Because of some clever use of game mechanics when turning in rep tokens. There's been a like the start of Dragonflight was horrendous for exploits. Actually terrible. And the effect of them was multiplied because a lot of it was problematic for the entire region in one go. You can apparently get to 19 in one day in 10.2. I've seen some people trying to figure out the rep situation in the new zone, yeah. And I've seen some people doing it remarkably quickly. Now, I don't know the full ins and outs of this because I've not looked into it, but my suspicion is that you get a huge amount of reputation from the campaign quests. And now the campaign is going to be time gated because they always time gate it. On the PTR, you can play through all part from the last chapter. Now you're not going to have access to all but the last chapter in the first week. So there's a percentage of that reputation that you're just not going to be able to obtain. But equally, people gamify it all the time. This might be why they're not really locking all that much behind reputation this time. And they've put the I understand why people will be interested in it is because they've put the unlimited use, what was it called, the Dream Surge flipping the Augment Rune. They've locked the Augment Rune behind Renown 18, I think it is. So people are going to be keen to get that as fast as they possibly can, because the longer it takes them to get to Renown 18, the more they have to buy single-use Augment Runes for. Whilst they will be at a point where they're expensive as well. Depends if the Dream Surge buff works on the new rep. Well, in theory, it shouldn't, because it's only meant to apply within the zone that you're in, right? If the dreams, but you know, does the Emerald Dream, is it considered? It's on the Anaran Plains map, sure, but yeah, the reality is it probably shouldn't. People want Pathfinder as well. Let's not forget, which is Renown 15. So there's the Augment Rune at 18. There's Pathfinder at 15. People are going to want access to like regular flying. That'll be what people are doing the first week. Don't forget, because with the season not starting until the 14th. People have got 7 days to do whatever the hell they want. And one of the things that most people tend to do is, like, let's get as much of this zone-related stuff out the way ASAP. And if we can get the Renown done in a week, they'll get the Renown done in a week. Or just sweat it out for a few days and do whatever's needed. It's like the Niffen rep, you get tokens of reputation that you'll then consume. Well, hopefully this time round they'll have fixed the fast turn-in of tokens so that you won't be able to slingshot yourself past Renown 10. If they do that again, they're just dumb. Like, at that point, it's like, well, what's the point? Like, because that was hotfixed and was clearly considered an exploit by Blizzard. And if they have literally just copy-pasted the entire zone's code and don't refix that problem, then that's very much on them. At that point, there's, you know, it's like, why are you even providing feedback? It's just, Gets annoying. Right, we got 4 of these things. Still need 2 more of these. These little fellas don't actually skin properly, do they? That's probably right. I should be paying more attention to what I'm killing. I'm going too deep on my TED talk. I quite like another feature of the crafting from EverQuest. You can experiment on a crafted item in an attempt to make it better, but there's also a chance that the item will be destroyed in the process, and every time you experiment, the failure chance increases by 25%. That's quite funny. That's a real kiss curse. Because there are some people that are just mental. Some people are ridiculous, and they'll just incur, like, your absolute hardcore must-have, best-in-slot everything players will just stomach the cost of remaking that gear all over and over and over and over and over again. Because every time they break one. That's quite funny. Have I been getting any Dream Surge coalescence, actually? Whilst doing any of this? I've been gaining 100. I've gained 100 so far. Okay. That's not really what I expected, but I definitely should have picked up the quest before doing this. Somebody even reminded me to do it, and then I still didn't somehow. Bit of a donkey. Better late than never. What time is it? There's another surge in 10 minutes. Should we just work down the list? Braces. We got shafted on We got shafted on a weapon. Right, don't bone me over again, game. Give me an actual weapon this time. I've had a shield twice. I don't need a third shield. One-hand axe. We'll take a one-hand axe. That'll do. Nature damage by 100. Thorny shield. Well, that's boring, isn't it? Where else can we do some skinning in the Anaran Plains?
One of our foragers spotted food nearby. See what you can gather.
I guess this is sort of not the worst place to do it in. Just trying to think if there's a... There's not anything that takes advantage of skinning. Web victims? Victims freed? No. Out of curiosity, I don't check this website very much anymore. I think this website got bought by somebody. WoW-professions. Farming, out of curiosity. Dragonflight leathers. Timberstep outpost. 3 ravenous rockfang up at the marked area. They're hyper-spawning mobs, and so there's no downtime. There's also a quest mob there that has higher than usual HP. If you have enough damage to kill it fast, you could pull the quest mob too. Grazing buffalons, calves, bulls, bakars in the marked area. Is that legit a hyperspawn skinning spot? Is that... Should we investigate? First one is what I usually do. Let's go and have a look. We've got four of our 6 knowledge points for the week. Is it also that the last one is a big chunky one as well? It's probably not, is it? Skinning was a real afterthought for the professions. Oh, is it the things in this spot? Oh, these fellas. Yeah, the rock fangs. Okay, killing this dude's annoying though. Hey, there's our large sample of Curious Hide. So there we're done on that for the week then. That's realistically the only reason I wanted to be doing this. So, to my understanding now, outside of grinding rep and going and getting, which I'm not doing by the way, outside of grinding rep and buying books, there's not really any, there's not much of a muchness I can be doing, knowledge point wise, for skinning. There is actually weekly quests I could and should be doing, but coulda, shoulda, woulda. I'll probably now get some Dream Surge Coalescence, get this gear, get this guy up to 402 gear, and then call it on this fella. Forbidden Reach rare as well. Yeah, I'm not going too out of my way to get knowledge points. I just kind of want to do the basics. Doing this as prot only really works if I'm killing multiple mobs at the same time as well. Otherwise I should switch to rep, but... Okay, let's skin up these. Which professions would you recommend for main character at the moment? I don't care about longer vials or engineering stuff, just from a profession perspective. There's not so much... there's not really anything that stands out. Because the harsh truth is that you are going to be a long way behind with any of the professions now. Meaning you're not going to have much flexibility. You've got time and the ability to get up to speed with like 1 or 2 crafts. But if those 1 or 2 crafts don't turn out the way you expect, you've got no backup plan. I would entirely pick your professions, not from the perspective of anything that's going to make you gold, unfortunately, but just by things that do benefit your character or make you toys that you're interested in, sort of stuff. Crafting, the new crafting system and the new professions were really fun and interesting to play with at the start of expansion, but Blizzard have not iterated on them at all throughout the expansion. So the problem you will have is that there are players that are just miles ahead of you, and that doesn't even sort of beg the question, should there be catch up? Because even if you were to catch up, you're only catching up to other players that are already capped. And so by catching up, you're at best on an equal playing field to everybody else. And nobody out there is making silly gold with professions anymore, which is a shame. There were some new embellishments coming in 10.2, meaning if you pick up a profession that might be able to craft one of those new embellishments, there's an opportunity for a short period of time. That does require you getting the recipe for the new embellishment, though, which are dropping from the new raid. They will be for sale on the auction house as soon as the raid is available. But yeah, it's a bit difficult at the moment. Pick a profession, a gear crafting profession that just works for your character. If you are a paladin, maybe consider blacksmithing. If you're a hunter, consider leatherworking. You know, that sort of synergy is best at the moment. But I wouldn't look at professions as a way of making lots and lots and lots of gold anymore. They're just very much in utility mode right now. If they can offer your characters some utility, have a bit of a play with them. Otherwise, you know, gathering will always allow you to spend some time to make some gold, but that's always restricted. Any gathering profession is going to, you know, make your gold total go up. Obviously, it goes up as fast as you are willing to spend time doing it. Your results may vary, but at the moment, I'm not playing with professions for the purpose of making a lot of gold. I'm a bit of a collector. I've always collected as many of the recipes, and I've always liked to complete the professions if I can. That's my main focus for doing this now, is that I just want to have all of the professions finished, collected, completed before we move on to a new expansion. That's not really a goal that many other people understand.
Adorable.
Or have the same desire even. Are there any green blobs in here? Nope. Who said an Iron Plains is not good for green blobs? Green blobs all over the place here, look. So many of them, I can't see my screen. Luck of the slacker. I noticed these green blobs actually there. If you find yourself a quiet shard, you can get a lot more of them. Because some servers have if there's somebody else in the zone that's running around collecting them all, you might just be behind them and then be unlucky. Right, well that's 58 nice and quick. Is there one under this bridge? I can see a green glow. There is. War mode is the secret tactic. Yeah, war mode's probably a good shout actually, because I can't imagine there's many people utilising war mode. The shards are going to be a bit quieter. Same for gathering, really. If you're going to do any gathering, you might as well have war mode on. The amount of times you'll get, you know, ganked is probably worth. Plus you'll get rousing ire at the same time. Adds a little bit to your gold results. We're up to 79. Not too bad. Oh no, I got disconnected. Okay. Let's kill our way out of here then. Oh, that's considered inside. Why would they put one where it's considered inside? There we go. Kill the rare. Rare's probably good for a bit of a... Where is the rare? Rare's usually good for a bit of free coalescence.
Leave me to my grief.
The event is on. Oh, that's a good point. I should actually be doing that. Grab the sparkly plant as well. Yeah. I forgot the event is at, like, we're 4 minutes in. I gotta be careful that I don't miss the event. Oh no, fear. Fear's not good. Don't evade, don't evade, don't evade. I'll feel really stupid if you evade. Right, let's go do the event. Is it over? Oh, boo. I've missed it. I've missed it! Or did I? No! Still on! Game lied to me. Yoink. Do you think Dracothis will be good start to prepare for? Well, it's still very much heavily weighted on whether Dracothis are going to be a thing again. It's still 50-50. You know, as time goes on, it's less and less likely that it's a placeholder. But we've spoke a few times today about the fact that Blizzard could just be keeping it close to their chest and might implement the new stuff very close to the launch so that people have the least time to prepare for it. Because the last few patches might have taught them that the more time that people have to prepare for something like this, the greater the chances of shenanigans happening. But otherwise, yeah, I mean, get your level 70s alchemy, get the Dracothis recipe on them. It's not going to hurt. So if you've got a level 70, you can probably get the Dracothis recipe and get yourself set up in like an hour. I mean, I know Zanzival says he can do it in about 45 minutes, but he knows exactly what he's doing, sort of thing. I imagine most other people it takes a bit more time than that, but...
It is nice to see you.
How much of this stuff do we have? 135. What's the next one that we need? Pair of braces. Plate braces. There's gloves. Plate braces.
We will rebuild.
So I could, in theory, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then I need to figure out trinkets. Somebody said the trinkets from the time rifts are not bad. This is just a skinning alt though, so I don't worry about it too much. Could I use this thing to get me something? Why don't I use this on a big dick weapon? I know we've just got a weapon, but...
Always temper your strength with wisdom.
Phew, bless me. We have a Dreambound signet. There is a band and a loop. Oh! Oh, did I just make the mistake previously of buying the signet twice when I should have bought a loop and a band? Okay, maybe I screwed that up myself previously. Do I want the sword? Sword looks quite cool, doesn't it? Do I want... Do I get the two-handed sword for in case we want to go ret? We have a Dreambound hacker. We could just get a better version of it. One-handed mace. We get the appearance from the one-handed mace as well. Let's buy the one-handed mace. There we go.
Nature is resilient.
Okay, so I still need, let's do some maths on this. 100, 200, 300. 300 of deterministic.
My life for Karen.
Are we saying 400? No, where's the other vendor?
The forest spoke of your coming.
Are we saying 400? No, look, when you buy the Dreambound ones, you can only buy Dreambound Ring. You can't choose which one you get. So I didn't do it wrong. You do just have to gamble a few times to get different ones. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't get it wrong. You just do unfortunately have to gamba. Right, so if I need at least 300, how much of this stuff have I still got lying about? I mean, I could go on to my other characters and fish for some. Or I could just not bother. What does this quest give me? Dream Search. What's this give me? A crate of armor for doing 3 world quests. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Alright. I'm probably going to say that this dude is about done for now then. He has gone from being dinged level 70 at 280 gear to 350. So he's definitely seen an upward direction on his gear. A little bit more dreams. We got reset tomorrow. Reset tomorrow gives me another 415. Reset tomorrow gives me another opportunity to fly around and pick up some more Dream Surge Essence. Unless my warrior... Ooh, I've just had a thought. I wonder if my... Is this considered an inn? Can I log off quickly here? No. Where's the inn? I wonder if my warrior has any spare bonus plate stuff. Oh, just log off wherever. I'll wait. Let me go grab a drink. Okay. I wonder if this dude in the mail randomly has a whole bunch of Dream Surge plate gear. He might do. This, boys and girls, doesn't look very attractive, but this is freshly squeezed apple juice from the apples in my garden, and it is delicious. Absolutely delicious, and I've got like 40 litres of the stuff. So, plenty of fresh apple juice for me. No, the mail was a bunch of bijoux to spend on stuff. Not what I was looking for. Okay. Have I pasteurized it? No, I haven't. Which is why I've frozen most of it. My freezer is full of the stuff. Not making cider. I did consider it. I did consider making a barrel of cider. I'm not a big cider drinker though. I used to be. I used to drink a lot of cider. Obviously being English, drinking cider is kind of like, you know, you're born into drinking cider, right? But like it's in the you just can't get good cider in Finland, which has kind of adjusted my taste buds away from it quite a lot. So it's yeah, unfortunately not a oh, I didn't have quite as much Dream Surge Coalescence as I thought. No, it's on another character. Suburban life, hey? Basement full of wood chips, freezer full of apple juice, pretty much. I just need a cow. I need a cow and I need a sheep. I don't think my next door neighbours would be best impressed if I got either of those, but... some chickens or something. Proper self-sufficient. Even British Strongbow ciders made it to the Netherlands. Oh, well, yeah, I can. I can buy Strongbow. But the difference is that I'm not paying €4 for a single can of Strongbow. You can get bent. I wouldn't pay £4 for a 6-pack of Strongbow ciders in the UK. So why the hell would I pay €4 for a single Strongbow cider? It's like, you know, it's refreshing on a summer's day, but Strongbow is still your sort of, you know, your basic ass cider, right? And that's about, your basic cider is about as good as it gets here. And it's then multiple expensive because it's import. It's, yeah, just not happening is the other word, is the way I look at it. I logged on this dude because I suspected that he was going to have Dream Surge Coalescence and he didn't. Why did I log on this character? Maybe I meant to log on to another one. I don't know. Maybe I'll just call it a day on leveling the gear on that character. I'm not in, you know, it's all going to get replaced in 10.2 anyway. What I might do then, let's get you back to... Do I do my blacksmithing dailies? Weeklies. I should really do my blacksmithing weeklies, shouldn't I? I absolutely should. Otherwise, I'm never ever going to get these final flipping knowledge points on blacksmithing. The completionist in me needs to get these final blacksmithing knowledge points. And if I don't do the basics each week, then we're not going to get anywhere, are we? With a cow and a sheep, you can say, I farmed it so it's free. That's true. Then we would have to make that a t-shirt, wouldn't we? I farmed it so it's free. Right, blacksmithing. See, we have 175 knowledge points. I think I'm about 95 knowledge points short. What's each one of these? 30? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times 30, 270. And I have 170. Yeah, I need 95 more blacksmithing knowledge points. Right, what are the two... What's the Forbidden Reach blacksmithing thing called?
This is your time.
Miscellaneous. Epic. Tuning Fork, no. Quaking Stone, no. It's the Trident. $1,000 gold. The hell happened to the price of these? Okay.
I knew you would.
Outrageous behavior. Okay, fine. Fine.
The city's finest goods.
2 plate
May I
boots.
serve you again?
Okay. 2 plate boots. Done.
In the Isles.
Work orders. Let's make sure we pick up the quest first.
What's up? Pleasure doing business with ya.
What do you have for me?
You want it? You bet we've got it.
I'm not doing boulder things. I can't be bothered doing boulders.
Come back, okay? You got a nose for a good deal.
That's
I
enchanting.
have more dug up for you later.
Earthen samples from earth elementals. That's the one I need. Give me some artisan's metal, because why not?
You need something? Safe travels.
Let's check for work orders. Or we're going to have to fake some. We're going to have to fake some, are we? Ha! Absolute scumbag. You can have my 3 work orders for 5 gold commission. You absolute fucking cheapskate. But it got me my work orders done without having to piss about for them. Now he's just going to go sell them for 1,000 gold apiece. Yeah, I know what's going on there. I'm not stupid.
How you doing?
Okay. Earthen samples then. Earthen samples and the 2 blacksmithing drops. What are the 2 blacksmithing drops? Figure that out in a minute. Let's go to the Forbidden Reach first.
Welcome to the Dragon Isles.
What do you use the trident for? It spawns the rare on the Forbidden Reach. And if you spawn the rare, then it will drop a knowledge point for you once a week. So on the Forbidden Reach, as a blacksmith, for example, you go into this crater down here, Storm Sunder crater, drop your trident. It'll give you a knowledge point each week. Is there any rep-based stuff I'm missing on this dude, actually? Let's take a look just quickly at professions, blacksmithing, knowledge. This dude... I'm missing 2 of the Zaralik Cavern books. 1 for blacksmithing, 1 for enchanting. There's a bartered blacksmithing journal I'm missing. But that's it. That's probably going to cost me a bunch of boulders. There's probably a reason I wasn't buying that, or didn't buy that. Do I have any boulders in my bags? I've got 44 boulders in my bags. There's no reason I couldn't go get that book then. Maybe I should go get that book.
Welcome to the
Bartered
Dragon
blacksmithing
Isles,
journal.
adventurers.
I'm not going to use the barter boulders for much of anything else, I don't think, on this character. Unless there's recipes I still need. No, I only need Primal Mastery, which means one day I'm going to have to buy that recipe. And the one that uses a parchment from the Zaralik Cavern. Oh, that's annoying. That uses those barter boulders. Shadowed Class Belt uses one of those as well. Okay, that's why I hadn't spent those. Because I had use for them. I had use for them in getting recipes. If I don't get these recipes when they're semi-current content, I will almost never go back and do it. Whereas the knowledge points I can chip away at for free without effort. I collect some elderflower every year to make elderflower syrup and then drink it with water for the rest of the year. That's clever. And my mum used to absolutely inject that stuff into me. She she fed me on elderflower like juice as a kid, and I turned out all right. No problems. Don't you have the reps so you can buy them with dragon supplies? Yeah, but I also have a lot of use for dragon supplies. Until I've bought all of the expansions, pets and mounts with my dragon supplies, I'm not wasting them on other stuff. Oh, whoa, I was using keybinds from the wrong character then. Well, luckily, Ret's pretty easy. Press buttons and things die. Oops. He got his stun off before I got mine off. Dragon Shard! There we go. Dense Javelin. Yoink. We can use that Dragon Shard. That's a bonus. Is 10.2 not flooded with Dragon Ale supplies like every patch? I've not ran around and tested the new zone in that much detail to find if we get flooded with them. But I still have vast need for Dragon Ale supplies on most of my characters. As I would like to leave the expansion not ever needing them ever again for anything else. Now, I know that there is a bunch of reasons to why you might want to use your Dragon Ale supplies in 10.2. There is the what are they called? The plump. If you're trying to farm, for reference, right? If you're trying to farm pets and mounts, if that's a thing that you collect, in 10.2 you can buy eventually gigantic dream seeds, which are under normal circumstances limited to like 1 or 2 per character per week. Now there's a very strong chance that you will you'll want to buy some of those if you're trying to farm out the last few pets and mounts. I can't remember the exact process, but I remember seeing it at some point and going, ah, okay, that's where my Dragon Ale supplies are going to go this patch then. Tall Strider Sinew, that went double price overnight just as I was planning to buy what I needed for the stuff to buy. Yeah, every time we get a patch, a launch date, everybody goes out and buys all the materials they need. And so materials do change in price quite rapidly now. In my opinion, gone are the days of buying any materials to be able to flip them once the patch launches for profit. Now you can still buy your materials if you need them for your professions, stockpiling in the in the more traditional sense, but the opportunity for flipping shenanigans is probably done. Not that I really think it was that great of an opportunity this patch anyway, but Tall Strider Sinew's mad though. I need 200 for vendor rep items total, but 15 minutes farming got me 1, so I just hope the price will go down again. Oh, they will do. They're not used in anywhere near as much stuff, I don't think. You'll be fine. Let's not forget, at the end of the expansion, everything goes to like pennies, as everybody desperately tries to dump all of their remaining stock of materials. Stuff like that are prime candidate to be like 10 silver a piece by the time the expansion finishes. This is why I deliberately wait till the end of the expansion to, you know, if I need to buy materials in that sort of regard, I'll wait till the end. I'm in no rush. Okay, we're getting the earthen samples here. Are we not meant to actually get a knowledge point earthen sample from these dudes as well? Oh, you know what I didn't pick up? I don't have any shovels. How am I meant to ah, there's no way I'm going to piss about doing that. It's 2 knowledge points. I don't care that much. There we go, there's my primeval earth fragment. That's the one I was looking for. Let's go here and get the fire blob thing. I can't remember what it's called. That's an easy one to farm for. Oh, that was a bit sour. Ooh, must have been an odd apple. How, for anybody that's smarter than me, which is probably most of you, how important is it to pasteurize like fresh juice? This is the first time I've really done sort of. I know it extends the life of it like dramatically, but I've frozen most of it anyway. I just thaw it out and then drink it within like 2 days, so I don't think it's gonna have much chance of going off, right? And I live in Finland, so I'm not bothered about salmonella and bugs and shit like that. I'd rather build an immune system, it's all good. If you don't want the wild yeast to take it over in a few days, you probably should. So is that in essence the only thing, right? It's that it'll just start turning to cider very quickly if I don't do it. Okay. That would be fun, won't it? Big glass of cider for breakfast every morning. Bit of fermentation's good. You might not like the I suspect it's wouldn't it just make it sweeter though? Because isn't like, I don't know. Put some vodka in it, so now it's an antiseptic. These are all fantastic suggestions. Oh, the yeast eats the sugar, so it'll, oh, okay, it'll go more. It'll go, okay. Yeah, of course, right? Yeah, because when you're baking, you put sugar in with yeast so that it has something to eat. Yeah, I get it. I remember. In Finland, we buy the cheapest co-op rainbow and extra juices. Those things could survive a nuclear winter. That stuff is I mean, it's good if you're in a pinch. I try to avoid that because you're right. That stuff is absolutely packed full of preservatives. It also looks like piss. This, like the juices look horrendous. They're not even appetizing. Oh, Tuskar tackle box. Ah, I thought that was going to be something exciting for a minute then. This is when beer is not available as a supplement. Oh yeah, true. There we go. There's my molten blob. Molten globule. That's the word I couldn't remember. Globule. That's a gross word, isn't it? That's in the same category as moist. It's just one of those words that's a bit icky. Moist. A moist globule. Yuck. Right, let's go turn some of this in. Do I want to go into the cavern real quickly? I probably should go into the cavern. I should probably get some barter bricks on the easy from the cavern. Words that sound like what they are, I love them. Yeah. Globule. Phlegm, yeah. Words that just sound gross. Buxom. I know the word. I have no idea what it even means. How can people... Sometimes I wonder if I even speak my own language correctly. I clearly don't. Why was I going into the cavern? How many barter bolt... Can anybody remember how many the paper things cost in terms of barter boulders? Is it 25? Or was it 40? Or was, oh, I don't know. It's a lot, though, isn't it? What was the collective noun for AI robots? A bugle. Oh, yeah, we're collective nouns. We went off on one on collective nouns a while ago, didn't we? Buxom, healthily plump and ample of figure. Oh, I see. Oh, it's a nice way of saying fat. Okay, I get it. Dear wife, you are looking very buxom today. You what? You heard. Ah, you is looking fat today. I don't know how much this is still a thing, but the phrase "you are looking fat today" in most, I am hopefully not offending anybody here, but in most of Africa for a long period of time, saying somebody looks fat was actually like a massive compliment. Whereas it's only the Western world where people are like, you what? If people get offended if you call them fat. I think this was, like I said, I hope I'm not, insulting anybody here, but I think it was from the, that was fat with a PH though. No, not even. It was mostly due to back in the day, like if you had AIDS, for example, or if you had a killer disease, which was unfortunately rampant through much of Africa for a long period of time. People when they got skinny, they died. And so to say to somebody that they are looking fat today was a compliment to say you are looking healthy. It's just interesting to me how it's like completely the opposite meaning through most of the other, most of the other side of the world. Did you do the Sniff and Seek achievement, Can You Dig It, that requires you to complete 50 digs? Probably not, no. No, I can't imagine I've done 50 digs in my life. Having fat was a sign of prosperity. Yeah, exactly. This was it. It was like for somebody to say you were looking fat today was actually considered a compliment, and it was to say like you're looking good, you're looking healthy. Where's ye olde blacksmithing dude?
Come see what I've dug up today.
Oh, hang on. Let me learn these before I forget. The whole point of this adventure was to get these blacksmithing knowledge points, so let's at least do it. Ponzo's down here. How much is the book Ponzo wants to sell me? Ponzo wants to sell... Oh, it's 40 boulders for the book. No wonder I didn't buy it. No wonder I didn't buy it. A timeshare voucher's 40. How many do I have? I have 44. Well, give me a timeshare voucher, because what I actually want is one of the recipes. Shadow class belt, probably. Where's the blacksmith NPC? He's on the outer edge somewhere. I can never remember where, though. Is it you? No, you're the flight master. Where's he gone? Who's yoinked the blacksmith mole? Enchanting. I swear I've ran around this whole thing. Leatherworking. Hang on, this looks blacksmithingly. Where's he gone? Hello? There he is. Shadow class. That one. A bit late in the day to be buying this, to be fair, but, you know.
You got a nose for a good deal.
If we are going to collect all of the recipes, then slow and steady is the way forward. And I was also in here to have a little bit of a fly around here and pick up some quick and easy boulders. Let's grab the one that's guaranteed in the water back here. Any more 10.2 prep and or overview vids before 10.2, or does your previous video cover all of that? Well, it covers, for the most part, it covers what we know up until this point. Each and every week we are likely to see some updates to the PTR, and if there's anything to report, I'll report. As it stands at the moment, though, that is what we know as of now. Obviously, we have a launch date now, which does change things a little bit. A launch date does mean that people can start planning and preparing a little bit more effectively. But I don't really have too much more than what was in that video. Yeah, you're right. Where is the flipping... Oh, no, the waterlog bundle's this one. I'm trying to get the wrong one, that's why. Waterlog bundles round here somewhere. It's hidden in a crack somewhere, isn't it? There it is. Boulder me up. There we go. Oh, Valdrak and weapon chain. Don't mind if I do. Stuck in combat with this thing. Right, let's go gather up these ritual offerings for my barter bricks.
There's isolated seismic activity in this area.
Yeah, for obviously in the run up till 10.2 there'll be a few more bits and pieces turning up. I'm aware, but for the most part, last week's video covers most of the stuff, at least as it stands now. If it changes, it changes. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I am clearly going to need to do a video on the Dracothist situation, because there's lots of people, even if I don't particularly have much to say on it, there is definitely people that are asking the question. Of, you know, like, what the hell are we meant to be doing with Dracothists? My point on it has also, you know, I was convinced it was a placeholder. And the longer it goes, the less I'm convinced it's a placeholder, and the more I'm convinced they're actually here to stay, which is odd, but sure. There's a barter boulder. I need to jump on the PTR as well and have a little bit of a look at gathering.
Your clothing should
Since
be made of fireproof material.
there's
That's a good rule of thumb living next to a volcano.
there's
The hides from those jars
there is a
are
new
okay.
there's a new gathering node, but there's not a new herb to gather apparently. So it's like you know, don't know. There's a few things still to keep our eyes on, but nothing urgent. Oh shit, I forget that you get pewed. Oh, what? Oh, well that didn't go to plan, did it? Take my eye off the ball for 1 minute.
Do you see, Bakan? These insects do not even notice you.
They're just focused on an easy kill, Golda.
That's not the right one. That's the Shadow Flame chest.
Feel the heat.
Engineers are having a good time this expansion. Engineering is in such a better place than what it once was.
Surge.
Growing darkness.
Since engineering deals so much more so on intermediates this expansion, there's always a market for those things. Just due to people's laziness. People would rather buy the intermediates off somebody else to craft the thing. And because of work orders as well, people are always buying them. I remember a month back when I went on my herb miner, pretty sure it was the overflowing node, that the one that spawned a little dude that ran away. Catching him, clicking on it would give a knowledge point. Yeah, there's something to go and have a look at. Right, there's 2 more barter boulders I can get from around here somewhere today. Once I had a full tree, they didn't show up anymore. That's interesting. I wonder if that's going to be a gathering catch-up. Maybe that does need a little bit more of a look into. Because boy oh boy would people love themselves some catch-up. Who doesn't love some chop?
Shadows burn.
What's this one? Oh, that is actually a ritual offering. How do we get to that then?
Growing darkness.
There it is. Okay, 1 more opportunity for a boulder around here somewhere. My herbler? Is herbler a word? I guess herbler is a word. My herb miner is nowhere near max level, so we could maybe take them over to the new zone and have a look. I'm going to have a bad day if I'm not in the same group as these lot, aren't I? Because I'm just going to get my ass handed to me.
I am extinct.
You possess the philosophy of affliction. Burn.
Maybe I'll just soak up some AoE heals. Got both of them to max. Haven't touched it since. See, that's the funny thing for me is that's not far different to how I feel with most of the regular professions. I got so many of those to max, and then it was like, nope, that's me done. That's me done. We've done the cave diving as a chance for boulders too. Yeah, I have not on this character. I haven't. No. I tend to only do stuff actively on this character if I just happen to be there at the right time. You know, if I come in here for some other reason, I will just bang it out while I'm here, sort of thing. But
The elders have fallen, and with their deaths,
did I
countless
have
dragon
loot
lives are
on this
saved
dude?
and avenged.
No, of course not. Ah, that's what I was looking for though. Bingo. Okay, that's this dude done for now then. Yeah, I wish I could make my mind up on the Dracothis situation. I sense that it's more and more likely to not be a placeholder, but at the very same time, you know, it's still a few weeks until 10.2 launches. There's still time for change. I don't have many eggs in that basket anyway, though, so hence why it doesn't really make much difference to me. If you're considering setting up a bunch of alchemists on a bunch of alts, it's one of those that it takes about 45 minutes to set up per alt that you have. If you do it and Dracothis are here to stay, then, well, great, you've already done it. It's one thing less you have to do in 10.2. If you don't do it, and Dracothis, assuming something's changing, and then Dracothis do stay, it's like, what's the lesser of two evils as far as you're concerned, you know? Do you put some time and effort in now, and it may end up being for nothing because Dracothis get swapped out for something else? Or do you just, you know, say, right, well, I don't know. It's up to you. I can't tell people what to do. I do have 2 dragon shards, actually. Maybe I should have changed those into something. It can wait. It can wait. Book. I can do book for the week. That's one thing I can do. Right, that's about as much blacksmithing stuff as I can stomach today. 187. Should we just spend some points? If I put enough points in to be able to use Illustrious Insight in each one first. I have enough points to do that for all of them, I think. This way, I'm then more likely to come back once a week and just finish off 1 or 2 of these. Blizzard have nerfed crafted gear, so Dracothis won't be worth like they were in 10.1. Yeah, the crafted gear is less likely to be on people's BIS lists, but also that's semi-counteracted by the fact that the item level jump is monstrous this patch, meaning that short-term, people will still be using crafted gear very aggressively to fill gaps, because it will still be a big item level jump to whatever it is that they have in that slot at the time. Just because it won't be best in slot by the end of the patch doesn't necessarily mean there'll be any less of a demand for it to begin with. I don't think, anyway. And if you play on a big enough server, then there's always people that are going to want crafted gear regardless. Right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 90 -7. 83 points to go. 83 points to go. Still a few weeks. Still a few weeks, but if I remember to at least do it once a week, we should be fine. This dude has his 402 set on, ready and waiting, with a few bonuses. Right, he's good. He's good. I maxed blacksmithing last. Yeah, no surprises. It takes 800 knowledge points in total, which is just an ungodly amount of knowledge points. It was a huge amount more than any of the other professions, which is equally why it's last for me too. Last, not strictly true, because I haven't bothered with the gathering ones so much, but speaking of gathering, should we have a look where we're at with herbalism and mining? We could kill 2 birds with 1 stone here as well, do some gathering in the Anaran Plains. Get some Dream Surge Essence, get this character caught up gear-wise. Even if Dracothis gets swapped, it'll be a transmute, so setting up alchemy still works. Well, I mean, that's an assumption on an assumption. I've been bitten by that thought process before. It's logical, can't discount the fact that that's very logical, but you still can't, you know, until they do something. They might still change things. Ha! Look at all the rep tokens I've sent this character. I should use those rep tokens somewhere else, really, but. These rep tokens make it remarkably easy on a weekly basis to get the weekly quest done and dusted.
A single thought is worth many. Go with the aspects.
This one.
Until we meet again. For dragonkind.
What faction might we want some rep on? All of them. I've not even unlocked the Niffin on this character. Terrible. Let's get rid of these small piddly ones first. Will they nerf the ability to hit max renown week 1 of 10.2 for the Dream Wardens? Is it healthy for the game or is it okay? Use an ult and Dream Surge zone buff for XP and rep gains. Whilst I would love to say I'd be surprised if it goes live that way, I actually don't think I would be surprised. I genuinely don't actually think I would be that surprised if that was to be a thing, because quite honestly, I don't think it's good for the game, but at the same time, does it really matter is questionable, since it's like, see, it depends, right? Because my answer to this actually kind of changes based upon whether it is the final patch of the expansion or not. If it's the last major content patch of the expansion, which we all suspect it is, if that is the case, then I don't think there's really any significant issue with letting people get it done fast if they want to cheese it.
Ours is a solemn
Because realistically, once people have finished the last tier, it's entirely up to them to just put the game down and go do something else. Dragging it out for no unnecessary reason is unnecessary, in my thoughts. But at the same time, you know, combining buffs from different zones and doing shenanigans to cheese it, yeah, I don't know. People can do what they like at this point. I'm not surprised by anything anymore in this game. I think they'll add a 10.3, but it'll be more like the last patch of Shadowlands, fated raids and such, but story content should be done mostly. Yeah, this is why I say major content patch. I'm talking about like an actual tier of content. You know, another full proper season, a new raid, a patch. You know, back in the day before we had these 0.5s, 0.7s and all of this so frequently, what players would have considered a patch. A chunk of content, just because we might see the words 10.3, it doesn't quite mean the same.
Nature seeks balance in all things. Nature is reason.
That's my take on it, at least, anyway. Alright, let's do some herbing, some gathering. Some Dream Surge collecting. Actually, it's like 3 minutes past. The Dream Surge is probably on now, isn't it? Can we get there fast enough? That's the question. It's already 34 minutes. It's going to be tight. What spec am I on this dude? Okay. We go on Guardian. Zoomy, 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 zoomy. That wasn't the button I meant to press. You can herb these things? Oh, cool. Fair enough.
The flame consumes all. Embrace its power.
Yeah, so realistically, my plans for the next few weeks are quite simple. You guys can probably already tell I'm in sort of like catch-up sort of mode right now. Just trying to get a few things done that are like little things that I probably should have done ages ago, but just kind of haven't, but would be nice to have ready for patch 10.2. This is the kind of stuff that might make worth for a video at some point, just kind of things that you might be interested in just getting ready. As far as I'm concerned, I'm mostly really just trying to make sure that my characters have that at least 402 gearing. Not that I think it's going to make much difference, because you can step into the new zone and you'll get handed a whole bunch of new gear. But profession-wise, tie off loose ends if you are still trying to get things from the cavern. It makes a lot of sense if you need to get your barter boulders and bricks and stuff like that. Finish off any of that on alts if needs be. You just want to try, or at least in my goal with this for the most part is just to try and make it so that anything from the previous patches I don't feel the need to go back and get, if that makes sense. I'd much like to go from one patch to the next, knowing that I don't need to worry about the last one. Even as far as gathering professions for me, because I've not given them much love. And there may be some use to this in the future, having it leveled up, who knows. As far as professions are concerned, I like to have things there in case I need them. And I'll be happy to spend some time. As long as there's not too much else to keep me busy with, I'm more than happy to just kind of fill time for a while. Getting some of the basic stuff done and out the way, so that if we need it at some point, it's there. Have I got, like, no vigor? What's going on here? What I am planning on doing probably next week, though, there's probably not going to be too much stream content next week. Mostly because next week I want to put together some Warcraft Rumble stuff. As I would like to get some of that prepped and ready for patch, but before BlizzCon, because Warcraft Rumble launches November 3rd. So I want to get a little bit of that done. And that will probably also require me to play the game quite some to get ready with that. Secondly, City Skylines is out next on Tuesday, so a week today, which I'm very interested in playing. But again, I'm not convinced it's a fantastic stream. I don't think it's a fantastic stream game. I think it would be much, much better for me to spend some time playing that offline, but turn it into YouTube content, than it would be to stream it. Oh, that wasn't really much of a soar up, was it? Have I tried using the interact key? Feels great for gathering. I haven't actually, no. I still rely on clicking on things. But this is the first time I've done any gathering in, like, quite literally 6 months, so I'm if I did it more regularly, I might. Ah, you see, I still have it in my head of to press, you know, flight form, even. Don't know where the node is. There it is. It's good for all things, to be honest. The irony is, right, is I used to use the interact key way before it became popular, but back in the days of multi-boxing. That's when the interact key was super useful. But since I've not done multi-boxing for a long time now, I've never really thought about using the interact key on that much. Oh, this is a question for people. With patch 10.2 bringing the, should we say, traditional flying to the Dragon Isles, for anybody out there that tends to do a bunch of gathering, are you going to continue using dragon riding because of its speed, or are you going to switch over to using regular flying for its simplicity? Because obviously your regular flying is not as fast, not by a mile, significantly slower. Or do you reckon people are going to start using a bit of a combo of both? Screw dragon riding, way too much work for the extra speed. AFK time is better. And then straight after, I don't gather, but surely dragon riding. See, this is the thing, right? I don't know what people's take is gonna be on this. Because already gathering isn't exactly the most lucrative of activities you could be doing. So hence why a lot of people are very keen to optimize it as much as they possibly can. And if that means dealing with the movement mechanics of dragon riding, because I reckon you'll take a massive hit to your performance by using regular flying. And people already complain that you can't make enough gold, like flying around picking up herbs as it is. To actively choose to what will probably be a 50% nerf to your performance for the sake of, like,
Onara.
I don't know. I don't know what people are going to do.
son?
Maybe I should get Pathfinder. Maybe I should get Pathfinder on the PTR and we could do a comparison. Damn, that requires me putting in some effort though, doesn't it? A bugle of bots may say regular flying. Well, that's true. That's very true. A bugle of bots. Also depends if you have new or old gatherers who can pick stuff up mounted or not. Well, yeah, this is true. One of the, like, I've not, I do not have a lot of points on my herbalist and miner here, but where I have chosen to spend points is in making sure that I don't have to dismount. Because I went with the utility over, you know, pure optimization. And it does actually get me out of some sticky situations more frequently than I'd care to admit. When you pull aggro on something stupid and you can just quickly finish your mining and then be on your way. It is very helpful. Not had a single herbalism knowledge point so far. Game's against me. What? Oh. There we go, there's another iridescent fragment. Which one of these is the one that you can get an unlimited amount of times? The iridescent's the weekly one, isn't it? The chunk is a you can get as many chunks as you want situation. Alright, iridescent ore 4 times. Elementally charged chunks. You can just find these. Always took me twice as long to get the herb points than the mining ones. I mean, I know that was the same for me, but that was usually because I was prioritizing herbalism over... prioritizing mining over herbalism. Because Casgarite and what do you call it were always more valuable. What would you say is a good goal-making method for new players? It seems like such a default basic answer, but unfortunately it's the only one for new players, and that's herbalism and mining. As a new player, I suspect you don't have access to a vast amount of alts, which is one of the things that you frequently need nowadays to make, to take full advantage of any of the more newer or more lucrative methods of goal making. If you've only, if you're a new player and you've only got yourself a character or two at max level, herbalism and mining, doing exactly what I'm doing now, is arguably one of the only sort of things that you can just chip away at permanently. There are some common things such as like Dracothis transmutes and tailoring cooldowns and running knacks, but that requires multiple alts. There's lots of stuff at the moment that if you have like 20-30 max level characters, or at least 20-30 characters of some sort, you can do a small thing that's valuable on each of those characters, and by the time you've done it 20 times it starts to add up quite quickly. But honestly, for new players, herbalism and mining, just don't expect it to make you lots of gold, because the irony is you probably want to make sure that you're clearing your world map of like quests and stuff. Any world quest that gives you gold is the quickest gold you'll ever make at the moment as a newer player. As you'll struggle to make gold faster than what you get from world quests, but obviously there's only so many world quests you can do.
Our surveyor spotted something that might be of interest to our research. I trust you brought your climbing gear?
Grinding older content such as dungeons isn't really viable. Not for goal making purposes, really. No. I mean, there's transmog. You might find yourself some items that are deemed valuable in the eyes of a add-on like Trade Skill Master, and you might try and sell some of those. But I tend to suggest that's not a beginner-friendly thing, since it takes a lot of time to farm up those items. It also takes a lot of time to sell those items. Usually two problems that most players don't want to deal with. Most players want something that's a little bit faster, a little bit more reliable. That's where herbalism and mining comes into play. But the reality is Blizzard has designed the game now that making gold is not really something that can be too heavily worked at. You're just kind of like, if you've played the game for 15 years and you just happen to have lots of characters at your disposal, there's often things you can do. But apart from that, you're going to be competing against those players. And unfortunately, they'll usually win. Do these portals actually work nowadays? Do they take you somewhere smart? No. Okay. At least I have the skill to take the portal back. This sort of sums up quite nicely one of the problems that I've had with Dragonflight. As a content creator, as somebody that streams and as somebody that makes YouTube content, I don't really feel as if I have a very good answer for people on what they can do to make like a reasonable amount of gold. See, previously that was kind of it was less of a problem because I knew full well that some things would work well on some servers, some things would work well on others. And you would have like, try this out, or try this out, or try this out sort of thing. The region-wide auction house has made it so that we're practically all playing on the same server. Meaning that if something doesn't work for me, it's unlikely to work for somebody else, and vice versa. So having a good answer for what people should do to make gold, especially if they're relatively new to the game, super hard question to answer. In a fashion that I think is actually helpful. Previously, we had things like mission tables and like callings that you could do, and you know, stuff that was relatively solo activity that could wasn't impacted by what anybody else was doing. But so much of that has been sliced from the game to promote the sale of tokens. It's made it much more difficult for the average player to make gold. And I don't see that changing, unfortunately. There's almost no chance that changes, since it's taken Blizzard a long time, I think, to get it to a place where it... Because that works for Blizzard. You know, that's the best option for Blizzard, right? The best option for Blizzard is that you don't have an easy way of making a bunch of gold. And when you want a bunch of gold, your incentive is then to buy a token. It's not rocket science. They're a business. They want to create as many reasons for you to buy a token as possible, because the more tokens you buy, the more money they make. Oh, I'm out of vigor. Oh dear. How are we doing on these? 2 and 3. Is it 6 each of these you get? I suppose when you get the... a good hint that you're done is when you get the epic one, isn't it? What gear's this dude got? 378. Oh, this dude is running around mostly then, I would guess, in primal infused gear, yeah. From 10-1. I'm out of vigor. Boo hiss.
The weather is turning.
I've actually seen a lot more sort of like content creators specifically start focusing more on things like flipping, because it's one of the last sort of things, it's one of the last markets that is still sort of universal. That most of the things that you would probably look at flipping are things that are still server by server specific. Like recipes, for example. every single patch seems to bring a whole bunch of new profession recipes, especially the PvP stuff. And it's not entirely uncommon for you to be able to snag up a bunch of those recipes relatively cheaply. And then, of course, you know, if you can buy 4 or 5 of a PvP piece recipe and buy out the entire supply of them, there's the chance that you can go a day or two without anybody else posting another one. And occasionally you might make a nice big juicy sale off the back of doing something like that. Creating scarcity by buying out the supply of something for not too much cost is something that, you know, people have been playing around. This sort of goal making is what people have been playing around with a bit more. Because the old traditional methods of just jump on your druid and go do some gathering just are not as effective anymore. I mean, they you know, everything you pick up is added value to your character and your account, but you've spent time doing it. That time you could be spending doing the Mythic Plus. You could be spending that running, you know, the dungeons that you want to do. If you are spending time doing one thing, you cannot be spending time doing another thing. And so if doing gold making in any way, shape or form is taking away from the time you would want to be spent doing something else, you've got to be very careful about how you do it. Because I enjoy making gold, and I always have done, and I enjoy collecting the recipes, but I know some people do it as like a means to an end. And by that I mean they make gold so that they can pay for game time, so that they can continue playing the game, quote unquote, for free. That's been tough for a few expansions, but in Dragonflight it's near enough impossible. It's not impossible, but it's far, far, far less likely. The amount of players that get the luxury of playing this game for free because they make enough gold nowadays is very slim compared to what it used to. Skinning's doing alright now. Skinning might have a good opportunity in the early days of 10.2. Since there is a new... We do know categorically that there is a new elusive skinning... Skin? What was it called? I can't remember what it's called. We've got the Obsidian Cobra skin right now. There's a Dreaming Antler or something. We looked into it a little bit on stream the other day. Which... Not that I think it will be anything quite as ridiculous as patch 10.1, because nobody knew how to get that stupid Cobra skin in the first few days of the patch last time. You can bet your ass there'll be people that are way more prepared this time because of just how lucrative it was last time. I think people are assuming they'll be able to like sell it for 150k each again, which I don't think is likely to happen. Too many people will know how to get it this time, I reckon. Especially if people like me make videos on it. Legendaries in Shadowlands were the most ridiculous. Yeah, Shadowlands in general was the most broken expansion for goal making that we've ever seen, and that we probably will ever see. Shadowlands was the last expansion, but this is... The game that we play now is so different to just one expansion back. This is Blizzard's take no risk, cause no backlash type approach to making the game. Shadowlands, they were still making the game in a very egotistical way. They were still making the game exactly how they wanted to make the game, and screw you if you disagreed with it. And it meant that random things like Shadowlands legendaries were able to exist. Blizzard now, though, I don't think they are going to do anything like that again. They are so much more cautious now about what they do to not upset people. It's kind of in my opinion, it's crushing the creativity massively. They've been so careful in this expansion to not cause any controversies that it's made it feel very soft and very straightforward and very simple. And that's translated into things like the professions. They were like, you could argue that the professions were almost too much like, you know, they were like, they rocked the boat almost too much with the profession overhaul. Look how many people got like their knickers in a twist about knowledge points in the early days of the expansion. Because it was a big sort of, it was a box feature. It was a thing that sold expansions, right? There's a big crafting overhaul. We have revamped crafting for this expansion. And then it caused chaos with people because, you know, there was no refund option on knowledge points. They were time-gated heavily. That was as close to a controversy as we've really had in Dragonflight. Outside of that, they've tried to keep everything as safe as possible. And unfortunately, I think that's exactly the way the game's going to go going forward. They're going to play it safe. They're going to play it simple. They're not going to take any risks. But it means you also probably won't get, you know, Shadowlands level goal-making opportunities much again. Because they're unlikely to ever make every single player feel obliged to spend 100,000 gold per patch on a legendary. That sort of thing probably is a thing of the past now. But I said throughout all of Shadowlands, anybody that watched my stream or YouTube videos throughout Shadowlands knew. Even I was very public in saying that Shadowlands legendaries were broken. Like, broken level overpowered. For those players who could take advantage of it, because they, you know, they chipped away at it, like, really early. If you were crafting legendaries in patch 9.0, you are a multi-millionaire now in WoW. That's pretty much what the case is. You've probably got a gold cap or two if you were crafting legendaries in patch 9.0. That's how ridiculous it was. You gained yourself such an unfair advantage by being early on legendaries in Shadowlands. It was disgusting. You could still join the party late, but boy oh boy, there was nothing better than being able to craft ranks 1, 2, 3, and 4 and sell all of them at a profit at a time when everybody wanted all of them. You couldn't craft the things fast enough. It was outrageous. Later on in the expansion, obviously, people had to like swallow the cost of rank 1s, 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, even 6s by the end, leveling stuff up to get to the top of the tree, to get to the ones that everybody wanted. But it was if you did that at a point where you could craft them and sell them for a profit, it was madness. Welcome in, Goblin. Stop it. It was crazy. It was actually ridiculous times. It'd be cool if they did it again. I'd fully take advantage of it again. It's not going to happen, though. There's an English phrase I love called "make hay whilst the sun shines," and that was literally Shadowlands in a nutshell. And the sun was shining very brightly on those that were crafting legendaries. And now we get 3 new embellishments with copy-paste materials in Zaralet Cavern, but green. Oh, it's so easy to be a doomer in this game at the moment. Blizzard are playing it way too cautiously. Zero creativity, because they're absolutely petrified of, like, pissing their players off.
Embrace the flame. Let the flame embrace you.
We could do with an item like the Progenitor Essentia to get gathering back a little bit like before. Yeah, Pog Essence was good. Pog Essence was incredible. And it was so funny, right? People looked at Progenitor Essentia and they were like, 30,000 gold an hour? Nah. People would kill for 30,000 gold an hour right now. Imagine 30,000 gold an hour at the end of an expansion. And even then people were like, nah, it's alright, I'll go back to selling Crafter's Mark gear, or I'll set up another mission table or 4. Nowadays, if you offered somebody 30,000 gold an hour by doing some very, very simple farming, they'd bite your hand off. That said, I still miss some of the appearances because I sold them all. Yeah, you and me both. There's a lot of it that it was far too good to not sell. Far too good to not sell. Right. What are we still missing? Oh, Jesus, loads. Absolutely loads of the damn stuff. Where's said herb I'm meant to be herbing? Oh, it's a hock and bloom. I don't care that much to fish for a hock and bloom. Yeah, I mean, this is what Dracothists kind of did for the most part in, and should have done in 10.1. That the if there wasn't the exploit with the cooldown on Dracothists would have acted very, very similarly to Progenitor Essentia. In terms of that, a lot of people would want them. This was my theory with Dracothists. I mean, I think by now most people know that I fucked up big time with Dracothists because I just got bent over by the exploit. But I still think my theory with them was sound. That they were meant to be a limited supply item. You know, an alchemist who gets the Dracothist recipe should only be able to craft X amount of them, and it should limit the amount of them on the market for the first few weeks of the patch, which would have meant that they would have held that cooldown would have held a very high value to some people. The problem being with that is that as soon as you remove the cooldown limitation, they're once again almost instantly only worth as much as you can sell them for. There was no bonus value added to them because of scarcity, which there should have been. And so people like me that thought, right, well, there's going to be a shortage of these. There's going to be a shortage of these just because, you know, there's not that many of them that can be made. And even the materials that go into making them are brand new. So in theory, there's a shortage of those as well. That would have been a compounding reason for there to have been quite a shortage for the first couple of weeks. So yeah, people like me who bought into Dracothists thinking there'd be a shortage, turned out there wasn't a shortage because people had no restriction on making the damn things. Like they probably should have done. But, you know, you win some, you lose some. Never invest more gold than you're willing to lose. Do you think Dracothists will go back up? Well, no, not really. It's still 50-50 whether Dracothists will even be a thing in 10.2. Because early assumption was that it's just placeholder, because everything else about patch 10.2 is a copy paste of 10.1. So it kind of makes sense that the Dracothist being in the recipes is just placeholder because they copied the 10.1 recipe, gave it a new name and left it there. And that they would change the materials at a later date. That was the initial assumption. Oh, a Titan touched one. That was the initial assumption, but as time goes on, it's looking more and more like that Dracothists might just be the same material that everybody needs in 10.2, which is going to be weird that the predominant way of getting the materials for them is to go back to the cavern and farm them. Even though they do kind of technically drop, glow spores do, or have been dropping from the herbs in the Emerald Dream as well. So, but yeah, why, I don't know, it's just odd. If they change it like 2 days before the patch goes live, it will be funny though. It will amuse me. Because obviously we only go by what we see on the PTR. What's going on here? Oh, Windswept. I was like, what's my character doing? He's gone mad. Metamorphic nodes are in the Emerald Dream. Are lambent nodes in the Emerald Dream? Yeah, as far as I'm aware, you can farm glow spores in the new zone. But like I said, that's once again kind of a copy-paste theory, right? That's how they build these new zones. They take content that they've already made, they copy it and paste it, maybe put a new skin on it, give it a new name, and then change the loot table of it. And that's how they make something new. Which means when it's in a testing environment, which the PTR is, an environment where it's as advertised, not finished, often things like that change.
Join us, and we can see how
because they just, if they just copied the glow spore, if they just copied the node from the Zaralek Cavern, plonked it in the Emerald Dream just for testing purposes, and then changed the loot table closer to launch date, that's something that happens more often than not. It's not that close to launch though. You got to remember that it's still weeks away. We have a release date. Cool, great. And also, I mean, this is mostly. This is mostly. I mean, this isn't a hot take, but it's something I've thought for a long, long time. Is that the PTR is mostly just a marketing tool for Blizzard. Often I think their internal versions of the game are like way ahead of what we see on the PTR. I reckon their internal builds are usually miles ahead, and they kind of already know whatever's presented on the PTR. There's probably often times where they get feedback on it and they're like, yeah, that doesn't matter, we've already changed that. Or that's already been updated, or, you know. Insert the "can I copy your homework" meme. Yeah. What was that? What's that saying about that? Copying is only bad if everybody does it badly the same. Or something. I can't remember what it is. What is that? A propagated rousing seed? What the hell is a propagating rousing seed? What's this thing? Plant the seed in a patch of rich soil on the Dragon Isles. Rich soil can sometimes be... Oh, that's just one of those bigger seeds. Oh, I see. Wow, those things really are uncommon. Like picking your brain. Feel free. When I'm doing, I tend to have the ability to ramble when I'm doing something relatively mundane, like getting some knowledge points for my gatherer. So yeah, anytime you want to point a squirrel in my direction, I'll usually take it. Because I'm a geek, I can talk about this shit for hours. I really shouldn't be in Guardian spec, this is ridiculous. But Rife bark be good. I think if they reduce the quantity of ores from like 7 to 8 down to 1 to 2 always, that would save a bit of the mining. Yeah, I don't think there's too many problems with how many materials are generated by these gathering I mean, I do think it's got a little bit out of hand. There's a balance, right? You either balance the amount of materials that people can gather, or you balance the amount of materials that are needed by professions. And if both of those things end up balancing nicely, the synergy between gathering and crafting just kind of works, and the value in the materials maintains for that little bit longer. It's when one side is a little bit off, things start to go a bit wild. Oh, this is a rich soil patch. Well, let's put you in there then. Self-grown bubble poppy, self-grown rife bark, self-grown bubble poppy, self-grown hockenbloom. Huh, that thing's cool. This is kind of why Shadowlands did what Shadowlands did. Gathering throughout Shadowlands was almost always lucrative. There was rarely a point in Shadowlands where you couldn't make reasonable gold by just flying around picking shit up. And this was mostly because there was always people out there, like myself, who would be happy to buy monstrous amounts of materials. Because we churned through monstrous amounts of materials, crafting crafter's mark gear, or crafting the crafter's marks, or in turn crafting like Legos. Our need for materials was so ridiculous that it meant that farmers always had a job to do. Dragonflight doesn't cause that same level of demand of materials, and so things start to stack up more, which in turn drives the price down, in turn drives the quantity of them up. It's odd, right? Because you look at something, you look at the speed of something selling on the auction house. If I was to open up the auction house and put these materials on the auction house, they'd all be sold in about 10 minutes flat. But only if I post them at the cheapest price. So it's a bit of an illusion just how much stuff sells, because you're selling it to the whole region. So the second you put something on there, if it sells within 10 minutes, it's good. If it doesn't sell within 10 minutes, it will be in your mailbox the next day. Is pretty much how the auction house works now. But there are not crafters out there that are buying tens of thousands of a single material anywhere near as often as they were in Shadowlands. I mean, my lord, the amount of... Do you remember the 4 zone-specific ores from Shadowlands? Oxane ore and Sinvir ore. Those ores, I would often buy them 50,000 ore at a time. And I would often do that multiple times a week. And I'd send them all to my blacksmith, and my blacksmith would turn them all into Shadowgast ingots, and then those Shadowgast ingots would go into crafting a huge amount of legendaries ready for reset day. And I'd do that every single week, often multiple times on multiple realms, because it was just so lucrative to do. But the point of that was that I was often buying ungodly amount of materials in one go. People just don't have, even the crafters out there, don't have the need to buy materials in anywhere near the quantity they once did. Yet there is no slowdown in the amount of materials that are able to be farmed by people, which has meant that the price has been pushed like pretty low. And quality has played a part in this, in that quality 1 and 2 was worth basically nothing very quickly, because of course, where quality 3 is available, people wanted quality 3. So it's a combination of factors that's caused some very weird. Now, to give Blizzard some credit here, this is remarkably difficult to balance until it's live. You can't quite easily figure out just how the economy is going to work until you put it in the hands of a lot of players and tell them to act normally. You can't simulate an economy because the interactivity with it is fake at that point. So you kind of need it to be live, but then what it kind of needed Blizzard to do was to look at what the data they got from the first patch and act on it. So this is where we should have had, like, every patch should have come with, you know, some substantial changes to this. Take the data that they would have accessed from the patch going live, work out where the imbalance is, correct it, and push a patch. Push a hotfix for it. But they just didn't. They just didn't. It was professions were far too low on their priority list, and it just didn't happen. Right. I have got most of these. I have not got quite all of these yet. But, truth be told, I'm getting very hungry. I need to go and get me some food. So I might call it there for today, boys and girls. We will have reset day tomorrow. I don't know when we're going to get a PTR update this week, but I suspect we probably will at some point. As and when we do, we'll poke our nose in there and see what's what. I might take some of the topics of conversation from today's stream and, you know, repackage them into YouTube stuff, because I think I'm noticing a lot of the same questions at the moment. A lot of people are thinking the same sorts of things, and if I can impart any of my wisdom, I guess it might be helpful for a few. Is the release date for 10.2 now? Yeah, November 7th. November the 7th. So the new season will start and the new raid launches on the 14th. But yeah, patch 10.2 goes live November 7th. But boys and girls, hit the follow button if you haven't already. Come say hi over on the Discord. And have yourself a wonderful day. And I'll catch you all next time. Peace.